I want to talk about the liability potential of us.
Sorry, Danny, can you tell me what time it was ending again? The times?
8:30 to 8:35.
Awesome.
Or I can come back when I'd like to go longer.
Okay, so let's come out and come back in.
Or option.
We're out.
Yes.
Okay, we're out of executive session. We are going to go back into executive session for another 5 minutes. RCW
RCW 42.30.1101G.
Can you
Okay.
call the time, please?
8:36 to 8:41.
Thank you.
Okay, we are out of executive session, nothing, no action was taken.
I don't really have anything for, Rebecca's in Japan, so she's having fun there.
Love it.
I don't really have anything for you specifically. I wish you the best, Danny.
Thank you,
Thank you for everything you've done. It's been a pleasure working with you.
thank you. Same here. Appreciate your hard work and always nuggets of wisdom that make me rethink my passion sometimes. So,
Okay, well, it is 8:42. We are in recess until 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you much.
Thank you. And again, I'm sure it's fine, Brett. You
Just let me know where you want me to be and I'll be here. Not a problem.
Hello.
Got caffeine, you're ready to roll. You're ready to rock and roll. Okay, it's 9:00. Good morning, it is 9:01. We are here with commissioners and others to go over we're calling it position control discussion. Positions we're adding in the 2024 budget and increases, so this will be to discuss those requests. We have a list in front of us.
Barb should have sent you the checklist last week with all the positions as well as Mandy's notes and HR's notes on each position. For the board's benefit, column A has a checkbox if the position has already gone through PMRT. And then Dan and Jonathan are here to provide any extra data that the board might be interested in hearing from their departments. And then Kirk will also be here as well, but he's running a few minutes behind and will be joining us about 9:15. Does the board have any questions about the checklist?
I'm gonna come over there, cause I'll hear you better.
Sorry, I have to project a little bit.
I have one question.
Uh-huh.
Can we quickly mark off the ones that we know, we got them in?
That you
Can we
guys
just
want to.
get those out of the way? I mean, in my mind, for instance, risk manager's in.
Sure.
The administrative director of organization services in. That kind of stuff. I just wanna get them out of the way and get them off the plate.
Sure.
Anything that we are all in agreement on by now. Rob, Cindy, are you okay with that?
Good with that.
Okay.
Let's go find them.
Yeah, give me
Third
one.
one from the bottom is the admin of org services. And then, yeah.
And it would be extremely helpful to me if you guys could mark boxes on those sheets and then I'll collect them at the end and make sure that they match. Yeah, make sure that they match.
As if they're
My
PM,
sheet.
on like a PMRT or where over here?
So the far,
On the far. Oh, district, I get it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, nice job, Gina. That's 3.
actually it was Decora's idea.
Nice work.
I agree. Okay, so third from the bottom, Danny, Administrative Director of Organizational Services.
Yeah, and then
Two
two
up
up
from
from
that.
that is the risk manager.
Okay, so the board is in agreement to approve those two.
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Cindy?
Yes, I'm checking it. Yeah, I thought we were advertising for it.
We are.
Yep.
And I think we're awful close to approving at least those 4 positions in the as deputy prosecutors. I kind of thought we were. Where are we at?
The last I remember from that discussion, I was going to rework the numbers to show what our standard comparables were. Kevin had requested using the high median number for comparable counties.
Mhm.
The board wanted to see what the middle median number would look like.
You have that info?
I did complete it, but I didn't bring it today, but I will print it and have Tina bring it over. Cause yes, I did complete that,
Well, and I would like to, if we're supposed to be moving forward this month on the salary survey. And if for some reason Kirk is not able to move forward on it, I personally will take it on to get it moving forward because it's been a year and a couple of months. I talked to the individual who's done it, got the RFQ, I think it's the RFQ or RFP is out for review, prosecutor's office maybe has it, so I think this is again one of those probably falls, I just feel like we need to not, if we can get moving on, then we shouldn't be piecemealing, like, well, go ahead and approve yours, but we're not gonna approve yours. I think treat them all the same, let's get moving on that, and we'll get going. I just feel like it's critical that we move forward on that.
Are you talking about like you wouldn't be in support of the HR benefits on being increased or reclass?
HR benefits.
If you're saying treat them all the same, wait until you do the survey.
That'll make us an awful short meeting here, I think. I'm wondering were you thinking about applying that, your same thoughts, down the string, Cindy?
Well, I just think the lucky ones get on this list, the ones that aren't lucky are still waiting, so
I'm sorry, say that again.
the lucky ones that are on that made it on this list, because their supervisor, department head, or elected official put them on the list. But those that are waiting for the reclassification or the salary survey, I know there's a lot out there, I know. So that's just my opinion, we need to get moving on it and.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Cindy, and I think it's a good thought. Absolutely, the consistency, making sure that we're treating all of the positions the same. I would gently remind the board that throughout this year, we have brought requests forward for reclasses, the clerk's office, district court. There was some big ticket reclasses this year that the board felt shouldn't wait. And I don't know how many are left that haven't either done it already or aren't on this list. There might be still some that are hanging that didn't realize they should put it in where, which I think the salary survey would capture great. I feel like this list and what we've done this last year is pretty inclusive. But that's from my memory.
How do we want to work this list, from the top down or bounce all over it?
I'd like to start on the top down.
Are we gonna work the ones that are non-current expense as well? Okay.
That was HR's plan, if we could tackle as many as we could today. Otherwise, we will have to present them during the HR update.
Okay, so item number 1, building safety specialist number 1. We have somebody out on leave, so they're looking for somebody to fill that vacancy.
Is that still true, Dan?
Well, we don't know how long they're gonna be out, that's been confirmed.
If we can skip the first one, Cindy.
Okay.
Dan just mentioned that the time frame that person is gonna be gone is not confirmed yet.
Okay.
I don't think we've received orders.
I have not received we haven't received any kind of orders or anything, so.
Is the moving of Logan to building safety specialist 2 to fill in for this person in the first slot?
Is there one here, I don't know, to be honest.
It looks like the first position is a new position. Separate from the person who's gonna be out. Those haven't gone through PMRT for review yet, so
So you'd like to set the first 2 aside?
let's come back to those. So number 3 in planning. Let's skip the first 3. Sorry. Corner, number 4. That position did go through PMRT. There was a recommendation to move it forward to the board. I believe the corner has presented his request to the board.
Yeah, the coroner shared information that one of the employees will be out for several months, and so he needs to start looking to fill that because they will not be.
I think I'm a yes on that one.
Okay, I already wanted to yes on the investigator for the coroner's office.
Rob,
Because we're gonna be adding.
Yeah, I'm a yes.
thank you.
We're gonna be adding building the building real soon. They're gonna need bodies. They're gonna get more opportunity to help other counties. I think they're gonna need that position.
Number 5, groundskeeper 1. That position has not gone through PMRT. Dan, have you had any discussions with Jim about that position?
Hmm.
So it has not gone through PMRG. So do we want it? I just feel like we're kind of going around PMRG if we're not.
Yeah, the benefit of PMRT would be that it meets all the criteria. It's, I would, that was an over categorization of what PMRT does. PMRT reviews items for its completeness. So that's the benefit of PMRT. This position hasn't been reviewed for completeness.
All right, well, here's a question then. Are we gonna be about the business of approving it if PMRT comes back with no issues either? We're gonna do that today, or are we gonna skip all those?
I don't know.
I think we just go through and put down if we're in support of the position overall.
When you talk about this new position that Jim is asking for, groundskeeper 1,
It's to help offset the number of seasonals that they need. They feel like if they're ahead far enough going into the summer season that they can limit the number of seasonals. That's what he told us in a meeting at some point.
and I think from Tom Gaines's perspective, it means because that's addition of an event staff, that his people won't get pulled as much over to events and not able to do what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So I'm in favor of the additional staff position myself.
Cindy?
Yeah, so they're gonna get a groundskeeper and another office?
No, the
No,
office,
the other office, yeah, I'm fine. Rob, are you okay with the groundskeeper?
Yeah, I'm okay with 1.
Office assistant, I guess, okay, so we're all in agreement for the groundskeeper 1.
Okay.
Everybody was, yes.
The office assistant is a reclassification.
Sorry, the groundskeeper 1. So the office assistant,
Is a reclassification that will cost us. We're not seeing it should be a lot lower number than that. If it's a reclassification, it shouldn't show the full salary, correct?
so there's, on that one, the title on that one should be office and events assistant. And then on the band 4, I was telling Decor before she went out, that actually should be a band 5. So when we actually did the salary analysis on that, for the comp analysis, we could support a 4 or a 5. So then in circling back with Jim, his brothers would need to move to a band 5, which is what the data supports.
so they're actually changing that position from office assistant to events coordinator?
It'd be office and events assistant.
Okay, so
What was the actual budget increase though?
Yeah.
It's not 72,000.
I'm looking up her original budget. Hold on one second.
I'd appreciate it if you'd bring that encased in something that would, hide it, it's down, you look at it, it's really nice.
Making you
Oh,
jealous.
yeah. No, it gotta be that way.
I'm so sorry.
This is, don't want Cindy to see that.
Is this Darcy's position or Shayla's?
I'm guessing it's Shayla.
Shayla's. So if you could settle on-
So her original, hold on.
51,625, so I don't know what he's moving her to.
is 53,352.
Would the benefits be the same?
The
Would the benefits,
benefits,
can you give us a total?
It'll be like the one above, I think.
her benefits 21,280.
That would
Do you have
change
any
the,
correct numbers here?
No, that's her original benefits.
give us a grand total of total and then tell us what her grand total would be with this change. We'll be able to subtract the two.
Mandy, can you confirm the salaries again for the office assistant?
53,352.
352, and the benefits were 23?
21,280.
21,280. So total is $74,632.
$2,000.
74.
74,632.
2,000.
That's at a band 4.
$60. Oh, that's band 4. So
That's
they-
last-
They
that's-
wanna do a band 5.
Yeah, that's the current budget.
So
Do you have the band 5 numbers?
So band 5 at a step 3, which is probably the highest we would go, is $25.10 per hour.
Say it one more time.
$25.10 per hour.
So times 20, that gets us $50,902.80. So let me redo that number.
So all I really want to know is how much more money it will cost us.
So Mandy confirmed that 53,000 was budgeted for salaries. True would be 50,902, total $72,182.80.
Okay, so the 2510 is not accurate because she'd be making
That's a
less
decrease, yeah.
than, so that's not right.
Compared to where she's currently a band 2 though.
her budget was at a band 4.
She's budgeted for a band 4?
What's that proposed, no salary?
Okay.
Put it on here.
She's currently at band 2, step 5.
Did the board catch that?
She's currently at a band 2, step 5, is what this shows.
And we were already on the new budget, raising her to a band 4, step 4.
So in our 2025 budget, she's a band 4, step 4. So I don't know, moved to band 4, step 4, so if that was not supposed to be put in, I see you moving around there, Mandy, we're in the same one.
Oh no, get out.
Okay. so
It appears to me she's already gotten a raise,
So
significant.
So that amount, that the 74,632 would have been if her increase to band 5 essentially was approved.
Okay, but Dan, you're recommending a band 5, step 2.
That's as high as I think we would go. So the band 5 was a result of the comp analysis that I did, but Jim's original request was a band 4. He didn't have any data to support that, that's probably why there's a disconnect between the.
I'd like to go with the lower one now, and then wait for the salary survey and then.
Well, because what your problem is, you've got somebody who's been there for I don't know how many years, and they're a band 5, step 7. So this person's gonna be literally right.
If we're budgeted at 53, so it should be lower than that though, right? If we come in at a band 5.
We're budgeted at south of 51 and with a COLA 52.
No, that's the, without the COLA, yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, 53, 352 is what was.
So we're still lower than that.
With the band 5?
Mhm.
Oh.
That
So
says
I
20
don't know, somebody has the correct numbers in the budget. So I don't know what number.
The budget has hers at step 4, a band 4, step 4, which I think Jim put it in there as the requested amount, which he shouldn't have. What she actually.
So technically, if we approved it at the 53, 352,
Yeah, and
Jim
the
has that in the budget, so that's all we approved.
band 5, step 3 is slightly less because the step is lower, but.
Oh, okay.
Is it less? So I've got band 4, step 4 is 2482. And
What?
then,
Oh, an hour?
yeah.
Okay.
Per hour, yeah, per hour. And then we're looking at 25.10 per hour for step 5, or band 5, step 3.
Where is she
So-
at right now? What's she making 2024?
I think that,
I've got her at 23.61
okay,
per
I
hour.
think they just put the wrong numbers in. So the 51,625 apparently is her current salary. And then salary alone. Okay, 51,625.
I think I'm still okay with what Jim asked for.
Oh, with the COLA, okay, with the COLA and the longevity, okay. Okay, so Dan, you're recommending a 5.3?
No, I'm recommending what Jim asked for, a 4.4.
And Dan is recommending a 5.3.
Yeah. And the reason is because we got a salary survey coming.
Mhm.
If we go clear up to the 5.3, we may jump above that. And it's still a raise. The 4.4 is still a raise.
But the 5.3 is a smaller raise, is that right, Jim? Or Dan?
5.3, I'll be at a band 4, step 4, it's what, 28 cents an hour more.
Okay, so she's
4.4 is
making more
28
money
cents
on
an
it.
hour.
If you go 4.4, it's 24.82, 25.10 is just 28 cents more per hour, and that's what the survey data supported as a band 5. Plus, it's not really predicated on, it's not just predicated on what is the current job pay, which is I think what the salary survey was supposed to do. This is predicated on additional responsibilities,
Okay,
and that's the difference. So it's like, that's why, I mean, I would say if the title is not changing, then yes, let's just wait to see what the salary survey says.
okay.
But the title's changing because the responsibilities are changing, and that's not gonna be, so when you do your salary survey, that's not gonna get factored in.
Okay, so I'm following you, Dan. And then you recommend a 5.3 or a 4.4?
5.3.
Okay.
So we're all about a bottom line number here today. Can somebody tell me what a 5.3 would increase our budget by?
It's gonna lower it
Yeah, it would be lower.
It'll be a little low. So I think I'm gonna
about
follow.
70 grand lower, because it's in here wrong.
Not that much lower.
Yeah, because you have the 72,000 on here, and if it's only a $2,000 increase, that-
Oh, on the sheet,
Yeah.
compared to the sheet, yes.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
salaries, we
And
are
also
totaling
benefits.
2.5-ish
which is included.
when I made that adjustment for 5.
No, it's the same.
Okay, so I'm in favor of doing Dan's recommendation, the 5.3.
Me too.
Okay,
And I would remind the board that this position did go through PMRT with the new job description, additional duties.
Okay.
I'll throw my yes in there. I just wanna know what the difference is. I know it's not 72,000 that we're adding to the budget, it's 2,000 or something.
Thank you, Danny.
all right, moving along. Thank you, Dan. Sorry to push you on the
Thank you.
hot seat there. Okay, the benefits and payroll specialist, this is triggered because of our payroll leaving, and then the other one's moved up. This is correct?
This position is in human resources. Comp data shows,
Oh,
band,
reclassification.
yes.
See, that's the way we should have seen numbers on the one above, in my opinion.
Yes.
Okay, are we in
2280 is
favor
what's
of
gonna
the
cost us.
payroll and benefits specialist?
I am, yes.
Okay, I am too.
Yep.
Danny? Okay. Move right along. So facilities, maintenance 3, a promotion?
Yes.
It's actually a $200 increase, or is that wrong?
That's all the cost is $278.
One moment.
I'm in favor of the $278.
I knew you were gonna say
Whatever's
that.
on the sheet.
If my name was Enrique Avila, I might not be in favor of the $270 raise, but I am the commissioner.
Tick, tick, tick.
He's working really hard because.
So Enrique in the budget was a band 10, step 2 for a total of $65,095. And what is the proposed band step?
It's 10.
Just a 10, it says on our sheet, we don't have any more than that.
His current wage is a band 7, step 6. Is what the
So-
Potter report shows.
They
It's
put
278 a month more.
His current wage is $29.59.
They-
What I'm hearing is that his promotion was already put in the budget.
Yeah. They weren't supposed to do that, but we didn't catch on, apparently.
I think that's what everybody did.
And then, I mean, it's a note, Tom Gaines adjusted it.
Gina,
Yes,
on those maintenance positions which have a job family progression, does HR have knowledge of what progresses you? You have to achieve something?
no, this position hasn't been discussed with the department.
Okay.
So we are unclear.
My recommendation to the board is, and no problems, I think job families make sense and they provide internal growth and focus toward training, whatever. But we have these little things here and there where the nod gets, that sounds like a good idea, but the department never follows through with HR to create the rules of the game. So I think as you approve those things, they should be conditional with them working with HR to define their program. Because as those PARs come through, HR then gets stuck historically having to go, I don't know if the person followed this process or whether it's their best fishing buddy. So it's how it's supposed to work and we've never been able to get the full backing to get that done. So my 2 cents, Gina.
Thank you.
How are you feeling, Kirk? Is it a good day?
I'm not throwing up.
Hallelujah.
I know, I'll take that. I'm doing good.
So speaking of Kirk, I tend to agree with you, Sam. I'm okay with putting parameters on saying, let's put together what it means to advance from maintenance 1, 2, and 3. What does that mean? You know? Generally, when Tom has come to us, he'll come and say, we started him at a 1, but he's definitely operating as a 2 because he's got this, he's not just an apprentice, he's a journeyman, whatever.
Yep.
You know, well, okay.
And all that is very defensible and makes sense and encourages people. It's just you don't have that double check that, you know, that Tom is not getting more approval because I like him better than I like someone else. So it's much more comfortable when HR can look and say, yep, you did a program, you followed a program, and therefore the board's in support of what you're doing. Prosecutors is another little backwater there that
So
needs
the
that
only,
attention.
the only thing I would throw in there, Kirk, that I have a question over is, there are people who can pass all the tests and requirements, but they're lazy as all get out.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Is there gonna be some achievement, some quality work, is it okay to put in that kind of a program?
It
If the
is.
director sees great work ethic and that kind of stuff?
It is okay, whatever the rules of the program are, as long as
It's consistent.
HR and the board are in agreement with that philosophy, perfectly fine. And there are elements, like you say, someone can hit the checks but still not produce. So there is that more intangible. You just don't want a program based on all intangible.
Right.
I feel Gina should be higher, therefore please give her more money.
I mean, I think that,
I don't, so that was a
I
good.
definitely think merit-based achievement should be in the mix.
Yeah. And originally, when we started putting these in place, previous board, the element was from the board is, we don't wanna see just time and service. Because at that point, what you've done is you've given people a 14-step wage scale instead of a 7-step like everyone else. But if it's achievement-based, then an entry-level accountant coming in normally does certain things. Our budget and finance manager, can we work with that person saying, if you achieve this, this, and this, and get this and this, and keep your nose clean and be a good team member, this is where I wanna take you, and that gives extra tools for motivation. Doesn't work with all
And you just
positions.
named two merit-based things in that.
Mhm.
Keep your nose clean and you said something else.
Teamwork.
Teamwork, how do you work with the team? To me, that's merit-based, you know, and I think it's very valid in a company like this one.
It would strengthen the comp program if that was just.
In other words, you probably understand that I'm not into give everybody a participation trophy.
Except me. I want a
And
ribbon,
me.
please.
That'll make me sad if you don't.
I'll be sad if she's sad.
I'll be sad if you guys are all sad.
I'm gonna be so happy when the three of you are sad.
Cindy and Rob, do you have any comments on, I mean, I've been dominating that conversation.
I would like to hold that to build a structure,
Okay, the whole,
but I mean, it needs to be worked on. It can't just be like 6 months from now and nothing happened with it.
I think it'll be an easy, I mean, Tom has that in his head. We just need to have someone work with him to get it down.
Well, I will say, in addition to what my seatmates say, that I am in favor of it if there is if we can put together a structure.
Okay.
I'm in favor of those two, if we can get that program laid out as something visible for you.
So Gina, is it preferable for HR, easier for HR, if what you're asking for is a conditional approval? The board says, yes, we are good with that, but you can't spend it until this step happens. That way you don't necessarily have to come back and say, I need to ask on these again. Does that make sense, board? A conditional approval? The only time that kind of gets us in trouble.
I'm a little leery, because every time you do a conditional approval.
Yeah,
when you do an approval, it's ready to go, so I guess if we're.
Well, it hasn't been to PMRT yet either, so it's got a ways to go.
I
Okay.
think piggyback, how do you say it?
Piggyback.
There you go, off of what Kirk said. Maybe it's a conditional offer pending PMRT approval, so it still routes and it would still come back to you.
Yeah.
Once all the steps are complete. Does that sound fair?
And I do, Cindy, I understand where you're going, especially with electeds offices, because that's where we get the, you can't tell me who to hire and fire, and the money's in my account, you can't tell me how to spend it, so you can't hold me up. I get that, and we gotta figure out however that process works in Mandy land, so that we don't lose that control. So it may be Mandy land, is that okay?
Mandy, that's when those that had gone in their budget changed it to do the increase. And we were asked specifically, they were told specifically not to put that in, and they went ahead and did that, so we've adopted the budget with that increase, and therefore, we have approved that budget. If push comes to shove, it was approved with it in there, so they can do whatever they want.
Although the other approach to that is to say, wait, nowhere in the budget did you account for in writing what this is. Therefore, we view this as a Scribner's error, and we're gonna pull that back out. Now, whether someone's gonna fight that battle or not, that's how I'd fight it. Either play the game or lose the game, people, but you can't keep doing this stuff. Glad I showed up. Throw bombs at.
How do we feel about conditional approval pending PMRT review? At which point we will bring it back to the board.
Well, if you're gonna ask for a program to design in PMRT,
Yeah, that's part of the process, is we have a form. The consultant will work with the department head to get all the materials that we need. it'll be explained to the consultant so that we can then take it through to PMRT, check all the boxes, then bring it back to the board for the final approval. Is how I foresee that to go.
I'm okay with that.
Cindy,
Sure. Yes.
Rob?
Yeah.
So I'm just verifying we're approving then the maintenance fee position.
Additional approval pending PMRT review.
For both those positions.
Okay, for both.
And it's not piggyback. It's tag team.
Piggybacking?
It's
Piggyback.
tag team.
I'm piggybacking. My tenses are off.
The next one, I'm just like,
Next one, I'm a no right now.
So project energy manager is a no, public works, they have,
you're a no on that one as well?
Let me ask a question of clarification so that Gina doesn't get caught later. Is that no, go away, we're not considering it later? Or is it hold, we'll talk about it more later? Because those are different
well,
things.
you know, new commissioner coming in, so we could probably be revisiting this if they were to bring it forward in another 15 days. Yeah, I think we can look at it later, but.
That one commissioner won't make any diddly difference on two no's already, so.
Yeah, no, I don't mind.
Speaking from experience.
If we wanna revisit it later,
it tries.
if there's a need,
Okay, revisit later.
I'm okay with revisiting it later.
So let's talk about that just for a second. Can we just pause that?
Absolutely.
Or because of total budget or because of maybe there could be a rearrangement of responsibilities within his current organization? What do you guys think?
So the rearrangement is already structure, yes.
Yeah.
I
Give some,
mean, I've been saying that
give
for
out
2
some more,
years,
give some responsibilities away to people he already has.
yes.
Yeah, Tom keeps taking on more and more and more,
Yeah, he could
Sure,
split
he
off
could
his
already offer
departments.
so, but I wanna run him.
I just kind of wanted to understand it just as an outgoing love gift from you guys. I just wanted to understand what you were thinking.
So I'm not, if he needs,
And part of the anticipated outcome for position control is to have it be so that the folks here being part of that agree upon what those statuses are, so that when someone comes and talks to any individual, they then can pull that up and say, here is your official status. Not that Dan said, hey, that sounds good. Gina said no, and then we get caught in the middle. Did you get a status on that, Gina?
It'd be really nice on the next four to know, to have Jahira, assure us that they have within their budget.
They have within their
they
budget.
have money in their budget. And they
It's
do
all
have
solid waste.
a road litter grant. So I am a yes on all four of those, if they have it in their budget. I just do not wanna see the drop fees increase drastically because of the. So I'm gonna mark all four.
So PMRT hasn't reviewed these positions. Jonathan, is there a job description for those positions?
We're still working on them as well. We're very close. The environmental, it should be the solid waste, it should be solid waste environmental technician, should be the job title there. And that's set to go to PMRT on the 6th. And I believe the other 3 might be that day or a week or 2 after. We're extremely close on completing the job descriptions on all 4 of them, as comps have already been done. So we're just working with Andy on just ironing out a few other details. That way we can get them going, so.
And then on this spreadsheet for road litter attendance, totals are wrong.
They're just not adding mapping, right?
No, they're at 151,000.
Yeah,
I think that was meant to be like for both of those, it's
Yeah, for
151,
two.
and then they just got duplicated.
Yeah, there's no formula for it, Mandy, on the spreadsheet, so I will do that right now.
Just looking at the bottom number, you know,
That'll adjust it quite a,
yeah, it just keeps changing.
One of those should be crossed off as a zero, cause the 151,005 is for two.
Yes, sir. And same with the bottom two, 118 is for two.
It's gonna be a significant change to the 3.5
I'll let you know in
million,
2 seconds.
1,000.
I don't think that was right.
No, maybe 118 is right.
Yeah,
That one
118's
is
right.
right,
Yeah,
yeah.
118 is right. It's just the 151.
That's interesting. Oh, okay. So they're two different positions. So for total, we're up to 3.4.
That's 100,000 less than when we started.
So I heard Cindy.
So that's a conditional yes on those then. After PMRT.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to check with their current staff to make sure that those positions are still wanted.
So we're gonna do a conditional improvement, yes, no?
Yeah.
And all three commissioners are in favor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so community, are we moving down? Community living support aid?
DCL.
Yeah, the DCL, all of those are renew. No, wait, correction. The sheriff is not coming out, the sheriff's got thrown in there. Community crisis responder, that's the Grant County Sheriff.
Oh,
So that's
No,
why.
that's a responder that's going to be assigned to the sheriff.
Okay.
And that's why there's this section at the bottom, because all of those positions have already been approved, but Dell added them to his budget. And so in reviewing the spreadsheet that Mandy created, it was a little confusing to me because that position specifically in the sheriff's office, I know we've already filled, right, Dan? But it's a requested position, so
So
that's
basically,
where
we
there's,
just need to put approved since we've already approved it earlier.
right.
So, all of them?
The ones at the very bottom, the youth mobile crisis,
in green.
yeah. Therapist,
But they're not on this list, or that one isn't.
Oh, I see, on the green, on the very bottom, okay.
So you're saying the ones at the bottom aren't on the list of renew up here?
we split them out because it's a current position. That position's already been approved in the budget. So the youth mobile crisis, that's the sheriff's office, right, Dan? One?
Down here?
Mhm.
I don't know, I need to check in on that, I don't know about that.
Oh, the community crisis responder is the one.
That's the one we filled, yeah.
Yeah, so that
That's
one's,
the same as the youth mobile responder.
no, that's different.
It's filled already, this,
The sheriff's office one, yeah.
Well, Dell has a plethora of funds in his account, so this is outside. I'm fine approving.
yeah,
Those.
in my opinion, with the kind of funding he has, he also has to bear the brunt of layoffs if he overspends. And if he's got the funding for these and it goes through PMRT, I'm okay with it.
I was gonna remind the board that these positions have not gone through PMRT, except for, I think the community crisis responder that we filled did, but that would be my recommendation and suggestion to the board is to approve them contingent
Okay.
PMRT review, so that we make sure we have all the proper
You should go to
documentation.
PMRT prior to approval. Okay. Danny, Rob?
Yeah,
Yep, good.
But approving them,
we're approved conditional on PMRT and coming back to the board.
okay, give me 2 seconds, cause that's a lot of positions.
Mm-hmm.
So let me check the boxes and then make a note for myself, and
I
then,
would put a little note in here too.
oh,
Which
okay.
means we're actually approving the administrative specialist in Moses Lake because it's gone through PMRT.
Right. Any position that has
So
gone
that's
through.
the only one that's technically approved.
Has the claims processor gone through PMRT too?
The what?
The claims processor, did that go through PMRT too?
Doesn't say.
Tell you in a second. I don't think so. If it's not marked, I'm gonna say no. It did not.
Is it already hired, Dan? Is that why you asked the question?
No, because I know that one and the admin specialist are ones we were waiting for everything to get approved. I didn't think either one of them had gone through PMRT yet, but I might be wrong.
Which means you might be right.
And he's probably right. I have administrative supervisor. Administrative specialist,
In PMRT?
they were reviewed by
Is that the SUD administrative specialist?
No,
It just
Okay.
says
the one at the very bottom,
Administrative specialist,
Moses Lake.
Moses Lake.
That's all I have. But
What's SUD?
to your point, it could be that we just don't have the forms
Substitute
printed,
orders,
so
yeah.
we will double check.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready now, thank
Which a
you.
lot of these are gonna be grant funded too.
The renew positions,
Hey, just to converse about the psychiatrist
I don't think that's right.
quickly. At $540,000.
I don't think that's right.
Really?
I saw
like
it.
this is.
For one position, it costs $500,000.
You know what our doctor gets paid for the next county clinic?
Sorry.
Like $700,000.
My question about that one was that I thought that we had originally paid for that with ARPA. And we retracted because they went online. You know what I mean? So it just puts up a little bit of a red flag about what
Well,
we're doing. Are we just
what
putting a
did you do? No, I
placeholder in
think
case
you
you find
used it.
somebody?
And then he reallocated it, but there's a paper trail, but I can't remember when he reallocated that, but he came to us to talk to us about it.
Oh, yeah, I
Because
know.
they're doing the telehealth.
Telehealth. And I'm just going, well, if you're satisfied with telehealth, why are we putting this? This must be a placeholder because you don't even know if you can find somebody to come in.
And that may be telehealth, I don't know, but they're now.
No, a placeholder.
It's telehealth for $400,000.
No, it's just a placeholder.
Placeholder?
Yeah.
Obviously, behavioral health has been doing, initially has been lacking in funds, and now they're finally getting funds. State and the feds are.
So right now, renew contracts for the psychiatrist, they do telehealth?
Yes.
We, yeah. Nice to have somebody on board and. I don't think that's full-time, must be part-time, but it could be full-time, I don't know.
Are we ready to go to the Superior Court Administrator?
Yes.
Yes, I see it's gone through PMRT, but I'm struggling with that large increase because there's, to put it in with youth services, there's a larger team in youth services and different departments. There's really not a lot of supervisory detail that's one employee. The
And-
Superior Court Administrator's over, so again, I think this is a perfect example of waiting for the salary survey. This is gonna trigger a lot of other.
I did do comps for the Superior Court Administrator. Last time I ran them was in 2022, so I ran them again and it fell at a band 19.
And they're requesting 822.
What are they at now?
16.
So that's right in the middle.
Band 16.
16 right here.
But
And this
take,
22 brings them up. Okay, why does it say requested band at 22 and then it says increase to band 20 to be in line with the juvenile court administrator?
those are the notes from the budget, I'm assuming, Mandy? The comments column? But through PMRT, her form said that she wants to match whatever district court gets, the district court administrator, and they're requesting a
If
22.
we do district court, who district court?
Is
And
requesting
they
a
have an
22.
elected official that's over them. Juvenile doesn't necessarily have an elected official that's in their office managing that office.
Yeah, and that information was shared with both Desiree and Crystal about why the positions are structured historically, the board's philosophy and all of those things. I think it's a really good point that you bring up, Cindy, about the salary survey. And maybe some of these positions rely on that survey. It's a family, when you do for one, you
But
do
we
for
do
the
want to
other.
trigger, this is not gonna be the first, the only one, these two, it's gonna trigger that.
Yeah.
How many people does our juvenile court administrator oversee? How many does Superior Court oversee and how many does District Court oversee? That'd be a question for me.
Youth Services has a little over 20 staff members that she supervises, and then.
With a manager and a supervisor reporting to her.
Yes. And then District Court has, I wanna say closer to 30 to 35 FTEs.
With 3 judges and a court commissioner that
Yes.
are overseeing that office as well.
Yep, and then that position has an assistant and then a probation manager that report to them. Well, I think that's unofficial reports too, because I think the probation manager reports to the judges. And then Superior Court has 2.
Oh, does Lynette report to?
Yeah.
Okay, Lynette does not report to the judges.
I don't believe so.
No, not anymore. That changed when Crystal stepped up.
Yeah.
Actually, it changed when we did a rebanding for previous administrator, because for both District Court and Superior Court, the conversations were, if you think you're a department head, we need you to act like a department head. Here are responsibilities other people have. And there was a change in both areas. Now we seem to see judges coming in for everything, so they're not acting as independently, they're bringing their electeds in to make those decisions, so they're kind of fighting their own case there a little bit.
And it really is depending on the judge. When Tyson Hill in Superior Court became presiding judge, he was very new and relied on Crystal a lot. And then another judge who's not so new becomes presiding and doesn't rely on that position as much. And so there is this wave depending on who the judge is presiding at the time.
Cindy was just talking about District Court where she is overseen by three judges and a court commissioner. Well, isn't the Superior Court administrator also overseen by 3 judges?
Yes.
So there is a
And
little-
actually, technically, they're each overseen by presiding judge. That's who they're supposed to be following the guidance of, although all the voices may come at them. But it really is defined as the
Well, she's
business.
overseen by the presiding judge. Same with District Court.
Given the
I mean,
difference,
it's not like you wanna alienate the other judges, but it would be like if what we said was the chair of the board has more of the administrative properties and department heads will go there first for direction. Then the board may discuss it and have philosophies, but there's more of a one-on-one, and the courts tend to operate that way a little more. Do you have something, Mandy?
well, just given the different sizes of their departments, why is there an expectation that their band should be the same?
their job description is the same? It was
I
adopted
want it
by,
to be the same.
it was adopted by
Historically-
The
AOC.
salary survey, I think this is where we leave it to the experts.
And historically, that comes from a long-held belief that Superior Court is superior, therefore is harder, therefore is the court of record. There's all sorts of things I've been told over the years, although that has watered down it's not like district court is the court of no record. They record all that also. But they're historically telling Superior Court judges no seem to be harder for commissioners than telling a district court judge no. And so Superior Courts have historically paid higher, actually. Seeing that kind of settle out, maybe as the AOC gets more involved, but that's where that firmly held mindset comes from.
Regardless of the salary survey, currently they're below comps. So wouldn't it be reasonable to just approve to the comp band, 19?
What was district court administrators comp?
Same,
Same.
because they all adopted the AOC's recommended job
And did
description.
you review that or was
Yeah.
that, okay?
I did. And I reviewed both with Desiree. I reviewed it with Desiree. I just recently did it for Crystal, so I haven't had the opportunity with her yet.
If we're gonna get moving on, I think we're gonna get moving on the salary survey, and let's just wait on the salary survey. That's just me.
And the RFP is ready to go out.
Okay, beautiful.
And it might come back at what I recommended, so
I think it could come back higher, but I think it would at least look at everybody. Everybody will be impacted by this as well.
and that is part of the salary survey request is to create families like positions, and so it might be a good opportunity for the county to create those structures moving forward, depending. But I think Mandy's point is certainly valid, but
But if
Whatever.
we're ready to do the RFP, we're happy to see it in there.
all right, are we ready to decide?
Well, that's just my thoughts.
Yeah.
Commissioner Jones?
We need to adjust those pages until the study, yeah,
Okay.
fine with that if the study's ever happen. I don't really wanna be the gatekeeper of them, but looking at those, I struggle too though, because then you have an elected clerk that's going to be, much lower than those positions. So ideally, you would like these positions to move into those elected positions. And it's never gonna happen in our structure, so I do worry about that also.
Can
Are you
you,
saying that if they were moved to band 22, the district court administrator and the superior court administrator, they would be paid more money than the elected?
Yeah, probably 20,000 or more than Kim Allen. And I don't know, it's an issue that we have and we see if you adjust that with the sheriff, what happens, so I don't really support that either. But it's just kind of one of those things, so now you get into just an odd situation.
sure,
What about the bailiff position?
Yes,
you guys-
I'm in favor of yes, the bailiff position.
Yeah, I am as well.
Unfortunately,
You are as well,
yeah,
unfortunately.
If we have to be.
I mean, they need one and nobody volunteers, I guess, so.
You could have staff do it, rotate like a jury pool of departments. You could be the bailiff today, Gina.
I like that, I think.
Are we on the same opinion with the shush administrator of district court? Salary survey weight?
Yeah, I don't think the assistant should be paid more than the. Yep, I would like to wait for the salary survey.
That position was I think they did follow the comp data for the assistant. Let me double check really quickly.
Did they hire somebody new? Cause the other one, did they get somebody hired?
That's Brittany, right?
Yes,
That's-
Oh, for district court, I was thinking
Yeah.
that was superior court.
but they did, yeah.
I think you work on both of those together, try to increase one and not the other.
Okay. Let me make that.
That's me, Commissioner Strong, Commissioner Jones,
Yeah, we kind of made that decision already, I thought.
or I just want to verify.
That navigator was a yes, right?
Nice project.
Is that one?
No, it hasn't been approved.
Oh, is that for renew?
No.
Well, it's veteran services. So I would approve that depending on PMRT and depending on if they were to lose that.
Buddy, I think we address it in July when we know what's going on, because when this position, they were gonna hire it, was not told at any time that this is only for a year, and then we'd be losing it. I'd like to revisit the core navigator,
What's the funding?
comes out of the funds that we're supposed to be paying our veterans.
Yeah, we were told that it was gonna be a $3,000.
That's what it was. That's what it is.
For 2024.
Yeah, unless the state or government or whatever does not give that assistance and pay for that person. So as far as the vet core navigator goes, that's outreach in the community, right? They're not under Tony, they work with Tony. So that's not his assistant, right? They don't help him process claims, they don't do any of that stuff. When they work in the position as the navigator, they just mainly do outreach and some coordination
I
stuff.
thought it was more of they were the clerical, they answered the
No.
phone
No,
for Tony.
no.
No, in fact, they specifically in signing up for that, they did not want that. They made it clear that we're not giving you a clerical person to come in here.
And that is kind of what he is getting to the point of needing.
Is it clerical or a vet navigator?
No, is like an assistant person that answers the phone when he's with a veteran and allows him to be able to be more flexible in what he's trying to do. And he's working on coming to us to talk about it. I guess he came when I was out, so then I met with him right after, and that's where my information comes from.
I just don't recall ever being told that our vet navigator was a 1 year or 2 year gig and then we retained. So
Yeah, it's kind of two different things. I don't know why it's being presented as changing the navigator to an assistant. It would actually be a veteran services assistant, not a vet core navigator. So it's two different positions listed as one.
Rob, you seem to have spent more time with Tony on this one. What are you recommending?
I think based on his numbers and what he's been bringing into the county, that assistant is supported. I mean, he's already brought in over $3 million that we wouldn't have brought in prior, which I think is pretty good. But he was going to get more information and numbers from our conversation. And then I think he was gonna talk to Kirk and then talk to the board at that time to kind of, I think he presented to you not what he was trying to present to you last time in early November.
I agree.
So that was kind of what I talked to him about. I'm like, so you're trying to do that? Well, no, it's two different things. I'm like,
Okay, so I'm.
okay, well then you're,
And Cindy, I was confused also with that position because I first thought this was ongoing grant funds potentially and then something else, and then it was like, no, probably they're not gonna refund, not gonna
That's-
re-up
yeah, what he
it
said.
after 1 year's time. So there was, and I don't know if the state was still defining their program or if the details were just taking a while to percolate up, but it was a little changeable there.
Okay.
So
Just kind of like the big building they're gonna build us in I don't know what the state's doing.
We'll wait, yeah.
So we're still waiting on actually something solid coming through PMRT?
yeah,
Yes.
So your recommendation is wait on this one?
yeah, I'll just wait.
So not approve?
I mean, it's gotta come forward as what it is. Right
Well, I
now,
think we need
it's
to,
presented as not what it is.
yeah, so we need some cleanup, so.
And I'll send something out to Tony right now.
We're down to the prosecuting attorney's office.
We can wait for PMRT or, oh, Gina was gonna get the numbers for the.
Yeah, because this is, you know, kind of urgent. I mean, it's kind of important we figure out whether we're gonna be able to get some help and have the money to offer them.
Hope you guys like big paper.
Big what?
Paper.
I love big paper.
It is important and it is critical to keep legal services going, but advocating on Decora's behalf. This is also one where the board, HR needs the board's teeth to say, sit down and define your programs, bud. Because there's a specific program that, who was the prosecutor? Angus did before I got here. Garth ignored that, so he sat down and went through and got that redefined. Kevin ignores it and goes another direction, and so that whole sense of equity between prosecutor's office and public defense
It has to match.
and it's a little wonky because no one's holding their feet to the fire. And HR will get I'm elected, take yourself off. So personally, I would bootstrap it all together. Yes, we're gonna start working on this, but before we finally release all of this, you need to spend time to build a better railroad if you don't like the railroad you're on right now.
Yeah,
And-
we were
and
just
what
given to talk
HR
about.
keeps getting is, I don't understand how this works.
Are you saying, let me reiterate what I think you're
Yeah.
saying, Kirk, that he's got deputy prosecutor 1, 2, 3, and 4 on here, and we don't understand the difference and how you're put
They're
your
not-
program together.
They're not being used the way that the program was defined and how we re-upped it with Garth to have it try and make sense. And believe me, hurting Garth was enough of it, but we finally got it there. It's the same thing as with Tom's. You need to know why this person is going here, what have they done, what are your needs, what have you reassigned,
What are your standards?
what are the rules? Just tell us the rules. And then the same thing is supposed to be happening, we're way past due, with legal secretaries. And it's kind of float out there in a weird world, which doesn't make sense. And so now, a salary survey process, a formal salary survey process is gonna weed some of this out too. Because someone's gonna look at that and say, thanks for giving me this data, but this data makes absolutely no sense. Anyway, again, as much as the revised position control process can help define those steps, Decorah and Mandy and the board will all got it much better.
So the estimate of 116,000, is that at the lowest band or the highest band? As for 10 FTE, that's gonna be about $1.2 million, with benefits $1.5 million.
110, where are you looking?
Wow,
Pro-
this
for
don't
the
make
deputy
any sense to me
prosecutors.
right now.
Okay,
Deputy prosecutor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it goes 104, 126, 130, back down to 110, 133.
because every county's structure is different.
Well,
So
Grant
if you look-
County's sounds like it should go 1 through 6, and it goes 1, 2, 3, back down,
So if you look at
5, 6.
the
And-
left,
And the reason why that is the definition was, the first was the progression in district court, less complex. The second was the progression in superior court, more complex. So if someone came straight in, went quickly to superior court, they had that family to build in. But that's not how it's being used, so it's nonsensical.
right,
Just like when we had progressions that, when I got here, and we fixed most of them, not all of them, We hire it at clerk 2. Why? Well, because clerk 1 wasn't high enough, so we just ignored it, and started hiring at clerk 2. Okay, excellent. Let's hire clerk 5.
Yeah, and so the comps that you have, Danny, on the left, that is all of our comparable counties, including some others, and those are their structure. So when you do the median, a lot of them don't have 4s or 5s, a lot of them don't have 3s, a lot of them, so it does vary because we can't account for positions that don't exist in other counties. So it does look different, but if you remember the prosecuting attorney wanted to use the max averages, which isn't our standard. This
Is
is
that
our standard.
orange current or is that?
Yes,
Okay.
And it looks like to me, you're doing, what's happening right now?
and so what's in the budget is the high averages.
And what you've got here on the right side of this page is the midstream averages.
And so when I did a third proposed restructure based on standard comps, it falls less than the prosecuting attorney's office. So if we left PD's office structure the same, no changes, they would actually be making more than the PAs using standard comps.
Please say that again.
Okay, so I did a third proposed structure using standard comps. And that structure is less than the current public defender's office structure. So there would be no need to change the public defender's structure. Because if the standard comp wage structure for the PA's office was approved, they would be making less. Unless.
So we should be actually raising the prosecuting attorney's office up to what the public defender's office has?
Unless the board wants me to run a fourth proposal to increase the wages, which I haven't done yet.
Yeah, because the
I'm
prosecutor.
not sure I understood that. They are on the same wage scales.
Yes, but my third proposed structure using standard comps
Oh, okay, yeah.
falls shorter than the PD's office. If I used the high range,
Yeah.
they would make more, which means we'd have to change the PD's structure. Did that make sense? That time?
I'm pretty sure they're not gonna take a pay cut.
Well,
Yeah.
and the PA's office would have to be grandfathered into the new structure and everybody would already be on the high end anyway, because we don't.
Well, I think it's okay if the if the public defenders are getting paid more because of our lawsuit with the best lawsuit, but we cannot pay our public defense system as a whole less than our prosecutors. But I'm sure they're okay if they're
The same?
the public defense is more. Yeah, no, our elected official and our director, they have to be the same, everybody has to be kind of within comparable.
Yeah, for the PA's office, the entry is using standard comps is 90,000. The PD's current structure for entry is 95,000. So,
And you can't keep that comparability going with two separate programs, with each person choosing how they wanna look at comparables. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we have been, at least as long as I've been here, really strong on saying, this is how we run market. If you want to pitch higher than market, go at it, put your business case together. But the same reason that I'm a strong advocate for what we use for COLA is the same process every time. Otherwise, what's COLA? COLA is one of 1,000 calculations out there with a lot of subtle changes. So I think that that's probably a stronger course, is to run them traditionally and then help him do whatever pitch he wants to make as to why that department's different, special, needy, working into the fact that every dollar you spend here, you're gonna spend there, so that the board knows what they're signing off.
What I'm hearing from what you're describing though, Kirk, says that we couldn't simply raise our PA's office for now up to match public defender's office and then run the salary survey because their structure's different.
They match the same right now. Their wage scales get run at the same time the difference is there's a wage scale process that's for them also. Brett chooses not to use that. He wanted a single one. So where Garth wanted to build, he didn't want to give too much money away, so they didn't have the same philosophy, which means they're paid the same from the benefit of the structure and the comps are the same. Public defenders get earlier access to money. So probably if we're not equal in a way that is not gonna get us crossways with the best decision, which is okay. HR will probably always be, every time you make an exception to the rule, errors start to happen and people look over the fence and throw stones. So HR is always gonna advocate for consistency, sameness when we can do it.
The other challenge is that Kevin doesn't understand or agree with the current structure, so he's placing people incorrectly. He's placing people where he thinks on pars, and so that always creates a red flag for HR. I try to explain to him, this is your structure, this is the leeway you have, and he doesn't agree.
And actually the last move under Garth, because Garth was a free spirit, I loved working with him, but he was an exhausting gentleman. Finally talked to the board and said, "But here's what I need, board, I need you to back me on this," which is you agree to no changes until Garth will sit down and we'll do these things and move the program forward, which he did. And we got along fine and got that done, but it takes the board sometimes the strength to say, this is how we're running this is how we're doing budget, this is how we're doing PMRT, whatever that is. And to be okay if someone who's independently elected says, I don't like it, the answer is run for commissioner. You don't like it, but your guys' job is to set these things up. But that is a growing conflict, not an uncomfortable one, but a not very productive one. Is that a fair assessment?
I forgot why we're here.
What?
But you know your name, right?
We're planning next year's barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh, yes, no.
Are we?
Danny agreed to bake all the cookies personally.
Oh, there you go. We're missing out on that.
Her cookies.
What'd you say?
Her cookies.
And I know who wouldn't
His
be
wife's
baking
cookies.
them if it was me, it would be me. That lady over there.
Yeah, they were amazing.
Thank
I had to have a couple.
Now, I don't want to take away from her skills, but I also don't want to be sexist. Your oven works perfectly fine, Danny.
No, it doesn't, it's
Oh,
hot
okay.
in the back, it's cold in the front, it needs a new oven.
And you haven't seen our oven.
We'll allow you to veto what I don't know.
So what I hear in this place today is that on the last two sections of this chart, we need to wait for a salary survey? What?
I hear that I have to continue to work with Kevin to get a structure. He requested using higher comps, which we shouldn't, we should be consistent that way. I need to take this back to him and continue to finesse and work through what a structure looks like, understanding that what he changes if it's more, will affect the public defender's office.
Jean, can I make a
yes.
suggestion?
Yes,
I would suggest that the board direct, they're gonna hold it, but direct to move forward Kevin and Brett. Both need to sit down with an HR representative to work on a program proposal for the board to look at.
Okay.
Because it comes separately and then you guys have to worry about the best decision. They both know it exists. Work with your specialists, come up with a program that's balanced that you think you can pitch together and pitch it instead of the back and forth and around. And then you'd have both decision makers there saying, here's the problem, I know you want the sun, the moon, and the stars, but here's why it causes problems right now. What's your solution to that? Make them do the hard work.
And I'm sympathetic to the fact that nobody is having a good time hiring attorneys.
Yeah,
And they are pricing, the price is getting crazy.
and that's where my feeling of delaying for the salary survey, whatever that process is, I'm not wild about that, only because we know there's a market factor impacting the ability to get attorneys, trained or not. So shuffle our feet, we know we're gonna have to make a change. I think this is the time to try and put heads together, make the best informed recommendation that can be made right now, and then maybe true it up a little bit with the salary survey if necessary. That'd be my 2 cents.
Where are you guys at? Because it's really in your plate in the future, so.
So what do you think? I just wrote down define and clean program levels of attorney, and then I think work with HR. I think is that summing it, so I'm in favor.
You're in favor of what Kirk is suggesting.
Yeah, so, but that's what I wrote down, define and clean program levels of attorney, so I'm in favor of moving forward with the caveat that HR is gonna work with them. I'm about the,
You're in favor of moving
Cool.
forward with nothing until that happens.
Yeah.
so not approving the amounts
Not
because
approving the amounts,
they're
but
the-
waiting until they set a program put a program together with Brett.
but I put yes on there with, again, my caveats are, good luck reading that, but I think we
Can bring it back to it
And
and
if
say,
you don't understand it, it's on Zoom or
YouTube.
But yeah, moving forward on that.
and with that then, because Danny added in that one extra piece, is the board as a whole supportive toward the direction of getting the two leaders together to say, help with the solution?
Yeah.
And I want to bounce back up to the planning administrative assistant, because we've kind of tentatively approved that, are we not?
I thought that was a position being changed.
Yeah, it took it out of building and it's moving over to planning, so
yeah,
is that all we can talk about?
Marina is retiring. And in her job, because of her longevity and her knowledge, she kept a lot of administrative stuff. And it really is gonna make more sense, I think, in the department to say replacing her should be focused on the professional planning or building services that she grew into. But we need to separate that from the administrative need moving forward. That's my memory and interpretation.
Because I thought we kind of
Dan, you've got
tentatively
something
approved
different?
this, but before you.
Yeah, I thought it was a go.
maybe we should go into
My
this.
memory
Okay.
was,
All right, okay, this is one, okay.
Please,
my memory was
but
that
before we do that,
she was a planner
Just
doing a
a-
lot of administration, and what they need to is bring in another planner and actually have that person be an administrative assistant.
Cause she was an administrative
Well, we
assistant,
don't need to move
grew
forward
into.
on that one right now.
But Gina would like an exec session.
before we do that though, I wanted to go back to the PA's office. Are we approving or no?
I put
No.
yes, with the caveat that you're defining and cleaning up their attorney levels.
So Cindy's a yes. Danny, Rob?
I'm a yes if they go through the right process. I'm not a yes, just yes.
You have to go through PMRG and
Yes, to move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna put approved to move forward, but needs approved to move forward. Danny?
Approved, are you saying approved to move forward with no numbers?
Correct.
We're approving to move forward for them to get together and come up with the common understanding of their program as to how we're gonna make this pay structure, what it means. And yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just not approving numbers.
Yeah.
Does that, Mandy, are the decisions helping you? I'm not sure that I'm understanding. I guess if they don't say move the money now, it's not going into the department budget, it stays in the holding fund, correct?
Correct.
And that's good with your work process right now, yeah, I'm fine, tell me where to put it, I'm happy.
you'll move it until HR.
Okay, just wanna make sure with all this going on, it wasn't causing you extra work.
No.
Cindy jumped back up, and I would say that I would approve as long as it goes through PMRT.
If we
I
could
think there's some
have
other
a
caveats.
quick executive session to review.
Do we wanna deal with the
Gina,
last prosecuting attorney's
do
office one
like-
then?
When something's executive session, you need to give the, the E for executive session or.
The E, oh, cool,
Like,
yeah, okay, I
so,
will,
like,
I'll make a note.
stop talking.
Stop.
Jonathan, E.
This,
We're like, what's he doing? What's he doing? He's the claw mark.
That looks better than.
We're probably more like,
I can give mom looks, I assure you all.
oh Lord, thank you.
this look.
I can feel
Yeah.
it.
So if we could to review performance?
Okay.
Executive session for,
Is it that or is it you?
I would say,
Or is it, what was the other thing you said, Cindy?
Is it union? Personnel disciplinary, job applicant evaluation
Not you.
that one.
or negotiation? Okay,
Not
it's not, so it'll be job applicant or personnel disciplinary.
Personnel.
That one.
RCW 4230, 110, 1F, we're gonna go into executive session for
10 minutes?
10 minutes, from 10:28 to 10:38.
I'd hold those two.
Okay, we are out of executive session, no decision was made.
So can we make a position on that one and just
Okay, so we
just
are.
make it a position and approve it?
So just a minute, Danny, we're up to item number, we're going back to the top, 1, 2, and 3 of our sheet, okay.
Okay, so the first two positions, Dan and I feel like we need more information from the department. My recommendation to the board would be to hold until PMRT approval. Review and approval. I'm not sure that the temporary is needed at this time, so that one might not even move forward. Does the board have any thoughts on that recommendation?
Number 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I made my own little column, wait, so hold until PMRT approval.
The third one, I wanna vote yes.
Okay, I can vote yes too on the third one, if that's acceptable.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm good with that one.
Back to the first two, are we approving them pending or are we not approving pending?
Well, the one we may not need if there's not a lot of coverage needed.
Yeah.
I just put it in the wait and we'll get some more information, because we also have the wait for veterans, the vet navigator.
So my note says no, not approved pending PMRT approval. Does that work for the board?
Yeah.
Rob?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did not address the very last one.
The administrative assistant?
No, prosecuting attorney's office, chief deputy prosecuting attorney.
That again needs to be defining clean program levels of attorney, that falls in that category.
Well, the reason I separated it out was because it was a chief deputy position.
So you're saying apply that same thing that we did on the.
It'll be involved in the
Okay.
review of that.
Because that difference in structure is the same for that position as it is for all the attorneys.
It's just categorized differently because they're chief deputies, chief deputy attorneys.
Okay, can I hand you my paper?
Yeah.
So you can come back when you send you what's the name, you gotta, thank you. Gotta show me that piece of paper, I'm like, oh, okay.
And so with this information, Mandy, you're gonna be able to give us a number as far as what we're approving today for
Well, some of them aren't
funding?
technically approved, they're in
A lot of them aren't even approved yet, but if you want a number for your absolute approval ones, yes, I can probably get that up.
But please go through HR. I mean, attach HR to that so we don't find out, no, wait, this. So HR can come right today, this one was.
Did you grab Rob's?
I did not.
You got yours, Rob?
Yeah.
I'll share this sheet with you. Sure. I've been updating it as we go. You can verify.
This is
that.
two of them at
We're all
once.
on the same page and we all have our same check marks, but I think it's the best way to go.
If not, I'll ask.
I heard you guys just say, go ahead.
That's what some people hear, they're okay, but
You
we're not
get a raise,
approving
you
this,
get a
we're putting
raise.
the money in the budget. Oh, I've been approved. They're getting smarter, I just went ahead and changed it to the budget.
I was
Yeah,
like, the
my
department
bad.
heads are like, well, that's my money. No, no.
A part of it was Michelle did some of them, and I did some of them, and
Taxpayers.
the
Or
people who knew what they were doing put them in there, and yeah, so.
That's what they block out sometimes. Okay, it is 10:42.
Can I get
Oh,
to do
yeah.
two quick do-overs, one just to clarify on one. For the investigator position in the coroner's department.
Yeah.
On the PMRT form, it says also requesting a vehicle for new hire pending approval of 2025 budget. Those are mutually exclusive, right? We're approving the position today, but not
Yeah, the
the.
vehicle should have been in
We
the,
already approved it.
Okay.
but if you wanna go ahead and approve the vehicle, they can
You
too.
wanna pay for it out of your salary?
Oh.
Yeah, no, they need to have a vehicle.
I can go buy one from the nickel saver and give it to them, but they probably don't want that.
Yeah, I think you got an $85,000
Cause they have to buy a pickup, like Toyota Tundra, and the
Need an HR.
cab that goes.
Yes.
Put it on my tab. And then on the renew position at the very bottom, that placeholder, I think we can get rid of that because that was intended for,
For FYI purposes.
well, it was for an individual that was on an approved leave that may not have been able to come back to his current position, so we would have had to find a different position. That individual resigned, so I don't think we need that placeholder anymore.
That's nice.
Well, it's a good resignation, like.
That's nice for them.
Maybe they won the lottery, Annie.
I'd just like to thank the board for this time. I think this was really effective. I think we got a lot of good feedback. Next year we could probably fine tune it a little bit more, but I wanted to thank all of you for putting in the extra time and the effort.
Thank you for doing that and a little check mark, because we always heard people a little frustrated with this too, is we check mark it like, I'll agree, but
It's those buts that get us.
that like, was this approved or not, I don't know.
Yeah. And I think that, I echo your thanks to everybody. I think the other thing is to ask everyone involved in this process to think about what helps that flow, not just for the budget process, because that's the big part. But really, this should all flow into the PMRT process to be able to say, what information does everyone need so that position control in Tyler will always be correct. Excuse me, that's my phone telling me something vitally
Well,
important.
position control in Tyler isn't gonna exist, cause it's gonna go to NeoGov, I think.
We'll still have.
Not true,
We'll
not
still
true.
have position
Mandy's
control.
world is going
Mandy's
good.
gonna lock down the.
Mandy land, as I called it.
When she sends the budget out, no employee changes will be allowed.
I don't wanna jinx it, but I think Tyler is gonna make significant improvements with the budget process.
Yep.
And people will have the ability to make changes themselves within their departments in Tyler directly. But
And I heard a rumor too, that if somebody goes over budget with Tyler, their funds can literally be shut down.
we have the
stopped.
option, we have not decided whether or not we will implement that feature. But we
I
can
think
make it
it's a
to
nice
where
wake-up call.
if you're over your budget, you can't write, the system won't allow checks to go to that budget.
That's what happens when you overspend on your card.
How about you ask
I have a
these,
question.
Andy, but you're saying there was
Does that
somebody that
apply
knows,
to-
like,
Annual budget or monthly divisions of budget?
It would be annual, and it would not apply to payroll. Payroll would always be okay too.
but I think it's, people should be checking their budget, this is why we're in this
Yep.
position yesterday, that if you don't know what's going on, you're figure it out, so that, cause technically, it's not accounting's responsibility to look at those line items, it's those that are writing the checks or the vouchers, out of those accounts should be watching them, not.
Can Tyler be set up that it automatically withdraws the overage from that
No, it stops
person's
it.
Salary?
We don't wanna get involved.
actually, I would like it that once you've overspent, it actually sends an electrical charge to your desk chair.
People are scared to
Yeah.
overspend.
So you go, oh, I better call Mandy.
Because previously, when they were overspent, their budget literally stopped, there was no, like, just keep, we'll figure it at the end of the year, it just, you're done. Work it out with the county,
Some entities do that.
we used to apparently. Before my time. Okay, well, it is 10:47, we are in recess until 11 o'clock, we meet with Brett Hill for the public defense update.
And we don't really know if there's gonna be a guest in that or not. We've sent out the emails and
I just think it's a courtesy, trying to not include other people in.
Danny, yes, Kevin McCrae will be there.
You
all
get
the extra
all your
coffee.
help. Morning,
So don't worry.
Fish.
So good morning, it is 11 o'clock, you're here with Brett Hill for our public defense update, it's the last meeting of 2024. Woo-hoo. I believe Kevin McRae will be joining us, make sure it's okay, so thank you for allowing him to come in. Yeah, I believe he's coming in. While we're waiting, you can go ahead and.
Yeah, up until then, so the dismal report is, of course, we've got people fleeing our office. Tracy Polis, of course, was appointed district court commissioner. Couldn't wait to start, I guess.
I ran into her yesterday, I didn't realize.
Yeah, so she's gone. We lost Jason Murray,
Will you
who,
quit getting people to district court?
what's
I
that?
think you're the training ground for.
I
district
know,
court.
I need
The
to,
judges.
I need to quit giving good recommendations when people ask, I think. They need to start saying bad things, I guess.
Yeah.
But Jason Murray, who was here, he was working, he was staying, I don't know where he was staying all the time, but he was kind of commuting from Boise. Because his wife's in Boise and we had him for 6 months, but his wife finally just said, we're not doing that anymore, so. As is often the case, the wife tells us what we're doing, or spouse. And so he's gone, and Stephen Kozer has given his notice. He's gonna retire middle of next month.
Wow,
What?
fast.
You're a little wrong this one. I didn't know when it was, but
Yeah, so we are in a little bit of trouble, caseload wise, but we're gonna work through that and see what we can do. Two of the proposed contracts that we're waiting your signature are new attorneys to us, sort of. One is Jeff Neeson. He's out of Spokane, but he's gonna do a half of or wants to do, if the board approves, I guess, half of a Superior Court felony contract. He's basically, he's sort of, he's retired recently. He's done a lot of federal work on the criminal justice panel in Spokane and elsewhere. So he's kind of new to state court, but he's done, he's done murder cases. Federal court, a lot of really serious drug cases, things like that. So he's well qualified. We know him, his daughter worked in my office several years ago. She's been gone for a few years.
who is his daughter?
Samantha Neeson.
Okay.
Do you remember the woman who needed a vegetarian hamburger?
Oh, yeah, the veg burger,
There
yeah.
we go. That's his daughter.
Okay, yeah, so she started a trend, so now we have it here,
Right.
yeah.
And the second one that is new, but it's James Gilbreth. He's out of, he works with Larry Larson and well, he works close with Lillian Couture, but at Larson Fowles.
I coached a James Gilreath.
Could be him.
I don't think so.
Pretty young guy. But he's been working there and I approved him to do some minor cases under, to sit in for Lillian when she's been gone. And so he's familiar with juvenile court and he's gonna work a little bit in juvenile court. His contract doesn't necessarily help us a ton caseload wise because he's just there in district court or a juvenile court. That's the other court, so we need a lot of help, but anyway, but he'll be there, and we do have a couple other local attorneys interested, but we haven't really fleshed that out yet. So at any rate, we're having trouble finding anybody who wants to work in-house, so we're going more and more to more of a contract situation, but
These three that are gonna be gone are gone. Were they contract or in-house?
they were all in-house attorneys.
So you're losing three, you hired two. You're down one from
Well,
where you were?
No, because they're both, so Gilreath will be, he'll be an hourly per case, just a conflict overflow. So he doesn't really help much in the way of eating up cases. Because Lillian and Tom Woolstone were doing those anyway. Both Lillian and Tom, and the reason we're excited to have James in there is because Lillian and Tom both have some health issues that may affect their practice in the future. So he's there as our insurance policy for that. Mr. Neeson is just doing a part-time, half-time caseload is what we're suggesting for him.
Hey,
He may
Can you
want,
make sure that Kevin remembers that he's coming over here?
yeah, and he may want to bump up,
I'll give him a call again.
so,
That'd be nice.
but he's, like I say, I mean, he is retirement age, I don't know. I don't know exactly what his personal
Just what
situation.
is retirement age?
What's that?
Just what is retirement age?
That's more and more the question. I've been considering exactly what that question is myself, personally.
Apparently social security is increasing it by 2 months,
Depends on when
or maybe in 2 months.
depends on
it's
when you're
getting
born,
increased.
yeah,
Okay.
when you're born.
Yeah, born a year after me, they're another 6 months added. They're at 67 before
Yeah, it's
full
like, I'm putting
retirement,
another
instead
few
of
months,
66
but
in 6 months.
I'll be here forever. If you live on a farm, you just work forever.
Yeah, seems like that's what a lot of the lawyers around here do too. Except for the ones that are working for us. But anyway, so anyway, that's our situation right now, and of course I've talked to you a little bit in the past about we have several lawyers that are retirement age right now that are in our system. So right now, though, they're not talking retirement. So.
Just Stephen.
So
Folks, I apologize. Kevin's not answering and neither is the front office, so I don't know where he is. He did confirm an email he'd be here.
Hopefully they're not gonna lock down or have their New Year's Eve party, a few hours early.
maybe.
Well, I think the concern, we can go to an executive session for it. We can either wait for Kevin to drop the guts.
It's up to you.
I think it should be. And
I don't know if we're ready for that or if we want to wait.
Okay, we can wait a little bit, but just wanna make sure you get covered.
got some other stuff on your list?
For 9:30.
Well, it's the same stuff I whine about every time I meet with you. So I don't know that it's helpful. No, other than that, I mean, I'm happy our staff, I think our staff's happy and we're happy with them and yeah, our just big concern is, and of course the Supremes haven't made a decision yet.
So they're still waiting on that decision.
I have heard nothing from, we've heard, as far as I know, I mean, maybe other people are in the know, but I mean, I have my wild speculation on what the holdup is, but it's just that, it's speculation. So it's not really helpful to even voice it, actually. Yeah. I mean, I
Our
think,
staff is on the lookout for Kevin, just to give you a heads up.
Yeah, honestly, I think they just know it's gonna be a disaster and feel like they just can't do it, but, you know, I mean, but I don't know, I mean, I just don't know. So,
You would hope that they'd have enough logic in their system to understand it's gonna be a disaster.
cause our situation right now where we're at, not being able to find new lawyers. I mean, and this is a long-term problem. And one of the biggest problems is because to do more serious cases, you have to qualify by doing trials and that sort of thing. Well, when you don't have the young lawyers, which we just don't right now, qualifying for the next level.
Puts the load on just a few.
Right, and it just gets worse and worse for the ones that are qualified, right? So it becomes this big disaster. I mean, I think we're pushing problems down the road. Thank you.
Danny, can you hand me a executive session?
Did you wanna go into executive session or you wanna?
I think we have to go into executive session and we need to consider with you. Oh, okay, Kevin, I think you were leaving.
No. Put up the sign for you.
We're meeting with you. We need to think, we'd like to, Kevin and Brett, Gina and Kirk are in here. Do you wanna leave them in? It isn't,
I don't have any problem.
okay. Look, Gina, you wanna stay?
This is what we're gonna talk about.
I don't know.
Oh, do you wanna talk about the wage structure with? Yeah, we can definitely can. Can we talk about, the
can do
minute? So we'll go into executive session for a job applicant evaluation, RCW 4231-10-1G. And we'll go from 113 to, let's go, 1113, let's go to 1125, so we can discuss. That one. 1113 to 1135.
Brett, are you okay
for joining the webinar. Okay, we are out of executive session, it is 11:25. No decision was made. And if you have a moment, we can talk about, we had a meeting earlier today, on, so I'm gonna get more to as well.
You want it back?
Salary, I'm just trying to go through the salary for the prosecuting attorneys, and they kind of got to be here. So my note says we need to define and clean the program levels of the attorneys, so, we did, give it approval for, I think we'll still have to go to PMRD. But working with Gina so that the attorneys are kind of on. Gina, why don't you explain better than what I defined
Sure.
in program levels?
Yeah, I didn't know we were doing anything.
Sure. So
But now that you're both here together.
yeah, it's a perfect opportunity. So Kevin had requested the board restructure his wage scale. So we have been, him and I have been working on that, but
The attorney's wage scales.
thank you. Understanding that whatever change prosecuting attorney's office does affects public defense. So in our session earlier today to discuss that request, it was recommended that Kevin and you, Brett, work together on a structure that makes sense for both departments, both offices. And bringing that back to the board for their review.
Along with HR, it's not like you do it by yourself. It's like
Yes,
sitting
yes,
with
yes,
HR
you'll be
together.
supported.
Okay.
Because you guys obviously have need of getting attorneys and we understand that and we're serious about trying to help you with that.
And since I was the one who brought that up, let me give a little background there and why I say that. One is just, we're always aware of the fact that you need, that Brett needs, and there's this, so working together makes sense. The other is that although we have a program in place, what you need isn't what Angus needed, isn't what Garth needed, and so it probably needs to be restructured again, so it's making sense in your world so the documentation is clear. And then from structure in individuality, the prosecutor's office has step increases. The public defender's office has a single step. They're based on the same things. They are not equal, although arguably the inequity is that your folks are getting money faster than Kevin's potentially. Cause you guys, you just put.
Beginning, yeah.
And all that may or may not be true. The issue just is from Decorah and Gina's viewpoint, being the support and advisor to the board to say, don't worry, best case is fine, no one's gonna come get us. They gotta understand it well enough, but need to not create a system to lay on top of you. So it really is advisable that y'all get together and make sure we address any anomalies.
That's fine. If Gina, you just wanna set up a time for the three of us to sit down, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, I inherited the one that I have, of course, but
And so did I, but I'm trying to.
but I like this, I like it to be as simple as possible.
Mine was way too complicated.
Well, yeah, Angus wanted to be able to slide people up and down
Yeah,
and
yeah.
as he was, if he was mad at somebody, he wanted to give him
Garth
less.
took that even farther, so.
Yeah, and it was like, I just, if you don't like how somebody's performing, fire them, but,
I wish.
well, that's not happening now. Yeah, the inmates are running the asylum now, so to speak, but,
And I think, Kevin, there is a good chance to simplify or to make it match, hopefully closer what is easier for you to administrate.
Right.
At the same time of
Right.
making sure your partners are able to help. you.
yeah, one of the difficulties is, because what the standards say, and that's really it says they gotta be substantially, or I can't remember what the word, but something like that. Cause it recognizes there are some different things, and so one of the difficulties is Kevin can take a fairly new lawyer, Tiffany, and put her in to do some pretty serious felonies, and move her there. do you pay her based on experience, or do you pay her based on what kind of cases you're doing? Yeah, I mean, and there is some movement there. In the public defense realm, we do have, my job descriptions are based on what types of cases you're qualified for, not necessarily what you're doing, but what you're qualified for, which makes some sense. And I have an attorney right now sitting at what we call 5, because he just won't try the cases he needs to do to become a 6. And he could make more money if he just would try some cases, but he doesn't do it, right?
People are happy sometimes in the little slots.
But so for example, so mine has both a time element and a qualification element in it. And so that's where we would differ just a little bit, is because mine needs to, and the standards of public defense are changing.
Yeah.
Now,
Who knows
I
what
mean,
they are gonna change too, but yeah.
yeah, who knows what they're gonna be, but our job descriptions kind of need to be based on that situation. So yeah, I mean, we can do it, but and I've always kind of advocated that we probably ought to just have a, even though the minor job descriptions would change, would be a little different. But I've always thought that we should have, if you're an attorney working for the county, it's, of course, department heads have some discretion, but it's, if you're a public defender 1, we should call it attorney 1. And the prosecutor should have attorney 1, and the public defender should have attorney 1, and that way, it's always the same, and nobody's ever worried about it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
And HR can,
I mean,
We can sit down and we
all
can,
sorts of
Some,
things.
some counties do it, some counties don't, some counties do. I mean, I know some counties that just do that.
Yeah,
It's just
but bottom line is when Decorah or Gina sign off on a PAR
Yeah.
and it goes onto the board, they're supposed to be attesting that it's following policy and process. And after a while, it gets to the point of saying, oh, I think so, they need it, and we never get around to fixing what we need to fix, so.
just set up a time, bring us for Gina.
Yeah, maybe Gina needs to tell me what the policy process is. I probably don't even know.
Well, yeah, it's been made up
I
for
just say,
so.
hey, I want this lawyer and I want him to start at this.
It's been made up for so long.
Yeah, and that one time it worked out and
Yeah.
we got him onboarded, so.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Sure.
Okay, it is 11:32, we are in recess until 1:00, we have our agenda update.
All right.
Gosh.
You got a
Thank
second,
you.
I'll tell you what
Thank
I
you.
heard about Mike.
Thank you, Gina, for reminding us.
Thank
See you in an hour and a half.
Ready or not, I will see you then.
Good afternoon, it is 1:01. We are here with HR for our HR update. The last one for 2024. Welcome, Gina.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Jeter, thank you, Scott.
Yeah,
We'll just keep rolling, we'll get something else.
yeah, I'll probably be back in a second. Thank you all. The first item that we have on our agenda is a par for Chris Young. This was requested by payroll, to memorialize the date.
Okay, so it'll start when he returns to work, is that?
Right,
Okay.
we will do another reversal. That's my assumption.
Can we do this with her?
Yes, they have it. The second par that we have,
Okay, so back to Chris, if we do his review, because currently we don't do the part until we do that.
that is to memorialize his status currently.
Okay.
He's on leave.
Okay.
Yeah, from an audit standpoint, you need documentation of why someone is being paid while they're not present in the workplace.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Chris.
you.
The second par for signature and board review is for Kirk. This memorializes his change to the VOCC
Oh, it's just a change on.
effective tomorrow.
Budgetary change.
Budgetary change, thank you. Oh,
Thank you for clarifying, because should we do a review?
Is it memorialized?
this one
No, it's it.
is the,
Not Chris's.
Kirk is being moved from the HR budget to the VOCC budget. Effective Jan 1.
Tomorrow.
And so for payroll,
In a few hours.
yeah,
Then-
and for payroll purposes, we wanted to be able to document that.
Okay. I wanna know from HR, this is the HR question. Will I be in trouble if I steal my nameplate when I leave?
Ooh, I don't know if that's an HR
Just throw it in
question.
the garbage.
Probably, I would take the, probably just
No,
the
I just
plaque
take the
inside.
nameplate,
How about when it gets
I'll just go
put,
like this.
That is government property, so it probably has to be surplus, so.
how about if when it gets dropped in the garbage,
We
you
just
just
pick it up out of it.
out of it?
Okay, who will I watch drop in the garbage?
I have no idea how that works.
I will do
happily
it. That way you have a
present it
Danny
to you
throwing it
in a
in and a
formal
Danny
way.
taking it out. It's a wash.
If I throw it in there.
If I throw it in and then you throw it out.
Before I leave the room, when I'm still a commissioner, right? That means somebody's throwing it in the garbage.
It's vandalism.
No, I vandalized my own name.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. I'm assuming you can just take it.
I think it would be a de minimis
Yeah,
theft.
I know people that have taken nameplates, so. The third item on the HR agenda is HR signing authority. This memorandum was created by Decorah before she went out, and it just allows me signing authority for bills, PARs, other items that may require a signature.
Was it partly Danny, did you clean out your office before you go?
None.
We do have some commissioners that fail to clean their office out, Jesse gets to do it.
You?
I have done a few.
Did you find anything
Well, let's
good?
put it this way. I
No,
cleaned
they
out
needed to
everything that was
junk it.
mine. I
Okay.
left a few things for him, and then all the stuff that was left for me, I left.
No, Tom did a pretty good job cleaning. Richard left a lot of
I
stuff.
think it was Richard that I got.
Leroy left everything.
Leroy
Caroline,
Allison.
everything. Person, yes.
Do you throw it in the garbage?
No, we have to go through everything and it was, he had good intentions.
His son and I we were in the same class.
Okay.
His son Jesse.
He's a little bit of a pack rat.
A little bit, yeah.
So it's like, wow.
I'm not shocked when you said he left everything behind, not shocked.
What do you want me, and we kept saying, I gotta get in my office, I'm gonna come in and clean it. Never happened.
Not shocked.
Fourth item on the agenda, we have a discussion about FLSA and Washington State minimum wage threshold. HR is looking for board direction. The FSLA requires employers to comply at a federal level. Washington State's minimum wage is obviously more generous than that. For compliance, employers are required to comply with the most generous standard between the FLSA and the state minimum wage. So Decorah had worked on reviewing all of the positions that we currently have. Starting Jan 1, 2025, minimum wage goes up, the threshold is going to be $77,968.80.
Okay, what was it, 77.9?
77968 and 80 cents.
77,000 is minimum wage.
Yes,
Or
in Washington State.
Or exempt, to be considered exempt.
Sorry, I missed that.
Even if your
So it
job
is-
duty, even if your
69,305.60.
So even if your job duties pass the administrative exemption under the Fair Labor Standards Act, even if that's the case, so you use critical thinking, independent judgment, et cetera, if you don't meet that threshold, you still have to pay that person overtime for any hours worked over 40.
So ignore the term minimum wage, because that makes you think about hourly folks and what's in the state. This is the minimum threshold of compensation in order to categorize a position as being FLSA exempt from overtime.
I see.
Because minimum wage has gone up.
It's only taken 4 years, but I now know how you think. You can leave.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just see okay, small businesses are, it was 16.
I believe it's 50, isn't it?
69,000. Okay. I'm just looking to
We're way
verify.
over a small business.
But it is the 77 and 68.
Yep, so the salary threshold for exempt employees increases each year in Washington State.
Yes, it does.
Starting 2025, the Washington State salary threshold is a lot larger. So the handout that you guys all have are the list of employees that are currently exempt but are at that threshold or below that threshold, which means that departments and elected offices will have to make decisions about either increasing the salary threshold, going back to what Dan was talking about with the salary exemption, overtime exemption, salary provision, and then the job duties provision, or moving them to non-exempt positions. So, direction from the board, is that something that so one of two things will happen. Either the elected official or department head will decide that it's non-exempt, at which point we will update job descriptions, payroll, all of that kind of data. The second thing that could happen is that the elected official department head decides to increase the salary threshold, the salary wages, which means it would have to come back to the board for approval.
Okay, and I'm just trying to find the scale that you used, and it's okay, I see it. Small business 69, large, I found that right here, 77, 968, 80.
Yep, and we are,
You're needing that kind of direction?
well, maybe it's not direction, it's more of an FYI.
Okay.
This is what you have, right?
Yeah, thank you. I just always like
This
to
is the schedule that
verify.
Cindy is reviewing. I don't know that we need board direction, it's more of
And
an
thank
FYI.
you for catching this, because I think we can always catch it, so thank you for catching it to make sure we're.
Yeah, we had a discussion about it last year, the year before that. I've only been here for 2 years, so we've
done it every year.
yeah, HR's had a internal process, but
We had a few, Cindy, that we earmarked to watch because they were,
I know each
Far
year they're
enough.
gonna.
but it's been run.
Okay.
And that's what, when Decorah talked to me, showed her where that was and how I'd done that calculation, so she could
I
change
see
it.
a lot of the therapists and I don't remember from the therapist, is Dell aware of this? Because
I don't know that Dell we haven't had any discussions with departments yet.
Dell is aware, like I showed him the same sheet, so he was aware of it, based on a prior transaction about 3 or 4 weeks ago that we were talking about. So he knows he's got that, it will escalate severely next year.
will escalate, or does he want them, does he want it to escalate, or does he want him to, do they need to be?
We didn't get into the resolution on what his druthers was, I just made him aware of the fact that come next year that there'll be several people below that salary threshold and a decision of some sort will have to be made.
Because I think when we talked about it last year, we just thought, we'll kind of, instead of switching all of it, we'll kind of hit them as they,
We
we'll
had,
address it when they hit that threshold.
and we've had ones that their wage scales were below it, we knew it was coming. We've also had folks that the base of their wage scale was below the threshold, but their personal compensation was above the threshold. So technically, you didn't have to make an immediate change on that process.
Okay,
The third option that Gina didn't talk about, but I will add in here, is that there's also the chance that Decorah could do a review of their status and make the determination it should have been reclassified to non-exempt anyway, because it's separate of wage, because sometimes that happens over time and you need to periodically look at them. The main point I want to make is the department heads and electeds do not get to assign FSLA status. Decorah is your only person that does that because it needs to be based on review and law and documentation, not what is convenient or cheaper or whim.
Yeah, and we had talked about a business case for keeping the exemption status. In theory, all positions are non-exempt unless you meet 2 specific requirements, and that's to the employer's advantage. So it is on the employer to prove that they meet those requirements. To Kirk's point about assigning FLSA status, that authority residing in HR. But for consultants, part of our discussion is going to say, okay, Danny, you feel like this position is exempt. Please present the data that supports this position maintaining its exemption status. And so there is a level of review with the department head or elected official to say, here's where we're at and here's what we need from you. So.
Okay, well, 13 are for review, 2 new vote, HR 2, and auditor 1.
No, district court.
Not in the report that we ran, but we made a note that there could potentially be a couple on there. I think it's because of their status.
Okay.
They were not on here, but.
Because I know there is one, I know at least one department that is waiting for the board to be the bad guy because they don't want to. And it will cause a flap.
This person is probably listed on this note.
Okay, then I'm good.
Okay, yeah. So thank you for adding to that. So
Okay,
just
so-
as an FYI, that will be coming.
Okay. So will you bring this up, like, with review, will HR be working with them, or do we, okay?
Yep, and then we'll ask for business cases on exemptions. Really, my perspective is everybody moves to non-exempt and we gotta sell that case. So.
Kirk, you were shaking your head.
What's that?
You were shaking your head no back there.
Sometimes it's just the bobblehead effect. I just haven't stopped. I was thinking about PMRT.
Yes.
Because that would also be part of the PMRT process to bring it through for discussion. So that accounting, HR, the board looks at it, comes to the board. and which is where that business case helps.
Yep, and ultimately.
And there's time.
There would be it would be considered a reclassification, so we would take that through PMRT, given it's the nature of the change. So,
It's like around this year.
it's a lot this year, for sure. The threshold is different. Any other questions or comments on that topic? Okay, so more to come. 5, command staff wages. We haven't settled deputy sheriffs yet, but I have been working on a proposal to bring back to the board on what command staff wages could look like. I have 4 scenarios. One is the current spread, which is set at 10% between lieutenant and chief deputies. And then sheriff is 6% above the undersheriff per, what's what I'm looking for?
Resolution.
Thank you, per the resolution. I was unable to locate a resolution that defined command staff wages, so really that's up to the board's purview to define that. Historically, we've done 10%, so that's the first option. The second option is a 2% spread between lieutenant and chief deputies and undersheriff. The third scenario is a 4% spread between lieutenant, chief deputies, and undersheriff. The fourth option is a 6% spread.
Lieutenants, 4%. Chief deputies,
4% above the lieutenant.
right, and then 4% spread between them and the undersheriff.
Yeah.
And that's 6% currently.
It's 10% currently.
No, currently it's 6% between the undersheriff and the sheriff.
Yes, sorry. So I have 4 scenarios.
Well, and some of our department heads, our elected officials they have surpassed their department head, or are the elected officials, so it's a possibility that could happen. It happens.
I've supervised computer programmers that made a lot more than I did, but I still was their supervisor. Life goes on.
Yeah. I didn't bring it with
We
me.
supervised department heads that are making.
We've supervised non-department heads making much more than us, so.
I didn't bring it with me because we haven't settled deputy sheriffs. So I think once that settles, then the board can review what direction they'd like to go in for command staff. But I did want to let you guys know that that is out there.
Thank you.
Gina,
Yes?
can you let me have an exec session on, to give them an idea of the topic?
Yeah, I think that would be fine. Can I request Cindy an executive session to review labor relations, negotiations? Probably no more than 10 minutes.
So executive session 119 to 1, we'll just go 1:30. Yeah, I deal with this whole pile, because I keep thinking this will be my last executive session. And it'll be
And it's like
labor
churning that paper through fast.
Which is RCW 4230 144A, so 119 to 1:30.
Commissioners, it is 1:30.
Could you?
I
Don't
said,
say no automatically.
yes, it's just a thought. It's just a, yeah, something to consider.
Or a bad judge of benefits by performance.
Sure. I think that could you look at a different setup, a different structure? I think the conversation could certainly be had, ideas be discussed, and then whatever the board is comfortable with, the board moves forward with, but it's a conversation
I find that
started.
government loves the idea of pay for performance. But I've never found a government entity that then can say, yeah, but I gotta take on this hard work and the angst that's gonna come with it, and so they buckle. But again, choices, be happy with the choices you make, and
Okay.
Because I think some of our deputies make more than our elected officials.
and then calculate
There's
overtime,
not a 2% threat.
calculate in all the extras that go there. And ultimately, I wouldn't wanna do that job, you can't pay me enough. So
The last topic, I left the PMRT form on my desk. Do you remember off the top of your head, renew crisis bench work? Retro for manager?
The mountain stuff,
Yeah.
I can
Let
get
me,
it, I know it wasn't that much.
let me pull up the,
I can get it real quick. I get like 5 minutes to go back to my computer.
I can go grab it. Do you guys mind just giving me a minute?
I'm looking at the budget.
I'll
Sorry.
be judging you the whole time, yeah.
But it's really quite keypad.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I tried to run where I could. So the last item we have on the agenda is for the clinical supervisor at Renew. This is for retroactive bench pay. So historically at Renew, non-bargaining employees receive bench pay when covering crisis team shifts. The crisis manager received $30, but the bargaining unit got an increase. And so Dell is requesting that the crisis manager also get an increase. Sorry, I'm kind of out of breath. This,
Need an inhaler?
yeah. Kind of. So this position did go through PMRT. It is not standard process. It is not in the budget, but funds are available. It is not compliant with payroll policy and processes. Again, this isn't standard process. And then it was forwarded to the board to make a final decision on, but PMRT, it didn't meet all of the requirements for PMRT.
You don't have anything listed as to whether you really wanted action or anything on this.
Yeah, I didn't. Direction, approval or denial.
So can I jump, do you mind if I jump in? So the request came about, it was, I forget how many months ago. We had an MOU that we signed off on. It settled a grievance for retroactive bench pay for the Teamsters. Because the increase that they got, they were arguing that the increase that was negotiated should have been retroactively applied to any bench work pay. And so as part of that proposal, did not realize at the time that there were two individuals on there on this rate sheet calculation when it was actually Gina and I were in on that. Decorah was gone then too. So there were two individuals that were non-bargaining, they were exempt, they were both supervisors that were all part of that calculation, et cetera. And that got approved, but for the bargaining unit workers, not for the two clinical supervisors. So Dell wanted to be able to include those as well. I did not realize that. That was his proposal. So we approved it to settle the grievance for the bargaining unit personnel, but not for the two clinical supervisors. One of the clinical supervisors has since left. So there's still only one, and the Dell's part of his proposal is that we're not doing that. This isn't a normal thing. I will do it for this transaction, but is not trying to set a precedent for this individual either.
Isn't it setting a precedent though?
From a bargaining standpoint, no, because it's not a non-bargaining position. I think if he has that discussion with that individual that says, you know, this isn't something we would normally do, but given the volume of hours and the work, because they were short-staffed, that we're willing to do it this time.
I'm part of the discussion at PMRT, and Kirk, chime in if you think of something. But part of the discussion during PMRT was the fact that this is a crisis manager, and managers, directors, their job and their role is to fill in when somebody is gone. And so was this person acting outside of their normal duties? And I think the answer is no, because Decorah is gone. I'm filling in where I need to, and not getting any extra pay. When Kirk fills in for Decorah, same concept. And so there is this sense of, as a manager, you do pick up the slack where you need to without any extra compensation.
Which is not always during the normal work.
Correct, which is also not during the normal workday. So did this person truly act outside of their normal duties like the bargained positions were? And that was the discussion that we had during PMRT. And again, it wasn't standard process, but so something else to consider.
Dan, I was looking some up at the same time, so I may not have tracked. Were you giving a recommendation to allow the non-bargain change this time?
I'm not providing a recommendation, I'm just suggesting, I don't think it's setting a precedent.
Okay.
That doesn't necessarily mean I think it's the right thing to do.
Okay.
I mean, if Dell decided he wanted to do that, then, I mean, having been in a manager role before, it's like, yeah, there are weeks where you're gonna work 55 hours, welcome to management.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'll give you a pat on the back, but I mean, I'm not gonna, but I've also worked on projects where you worked 50 hours a week and you were exempt, and it's like, yeah, we were straight told, you enjoy it while it lasts, because it's gonna end after 2 months. So I don't think it's a precedent necessarily, but that doesn't necessarily mean I think it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do.
The only element that I will add in, because I added it into PMRT, is this is a department, it's one of the major 3 large departments. It does have money that it can spend, so sometimes it makes sense to go, okay. But it does have a long history of asking for forgiveness instead of managing problems in advance. Now, that's not it, I'm not being against Dell in any way from that. It's that organization has had its problems before Dell. And I think Dell has been working very well with Decorah and now Dan to get in front of that. But how many more times is the organization gonna say, well, of course you didn't know, here's a pass. Of course you didn't know, here's a pass. Instead of, you should pick up the phone and speed dial Dan and say, this is weird, how should we deal with this? Instead of, in the end, I got more money than God, so you gotta let me spend it. He's never said that, but that's kind of the feel you get.
Is the board ready to make a final
I'm gonna be a
determination?
no on that one.
Cindy?
And what Dell was the one that requested it, so Dell was, and. Just like typically they've done. They've given the increase for the.
I'm not aware of this being previously.
Historically, they didn't because a previous crisis manager refused to do the work.
Oh, and now we have somebody
Yeah.
that actually stepped up and did it.
Well, when as it was replaced, said you need to, and now we've been through that person,
Okay, so that's
another
where it
person,
is.
a third person. And it's just always kind of the expectation, don't worry about the details, we'll mop it up. Back when we had that first problem, the answer it was given at that point is, you have a supervisor saying they won't step up and do what their job is, and you're okay with that? Yeah, for a long time, that was it.
Sorry, friends of mine walked by the.
Oh.
You got my answer.
Thank you, Danny.
I'll excuse myself for a minute.
Rob?
Yeah, I'm a no, still. MRTO's no.
Hey, are you?
Cindy?
Well, I will go with the group, I don't know.
And that is all I had on my agenda.
Can we do did we have for that? Administrative supervisor Lisa Stover's position.
I think it was in that pile that I had this morning.
Usually, yeah, I'm not running back down there again.
I'll do it if you want me to.
I
know
just caught my
exactly where.
breath.
I'll do it if you want me to.
No, I don't know what you guys are talking about. She just said something's in the pile.
I don't have it.
Sit
I
down.
don't remember. Administrative supervisor?
Yeah, it was to move her to, it was a reclassification. TA.
Yeah,
And I'm in.
it was in that pile.
Yeah.
So I don't have
We
it
need to
with me.
discuss it.
You want to discuss it today?
You don't even have to run, you can walk, you have something that if we want to discuss.
You guys are the boss. You tell me what to
What are
do.
we gonna, what is it for?
It's for a reclassification of a supervisor position, administrative supervisor
Why
at
don't you,
Renew.
why don't you go bring it? It's on my desk, in that file that you had this morning.
Just walk, we have.
I won't lose my breath.
Yes, I'm out of shape. Thank you, Dan. No, he didn't mean it like that.
I'm not losing breath, I'm not gonna run. I'm just- If you wanna see somebody that looks a little odd, you're just watching Skippy, I don't know Skip. They just look a little out of place and skip.
We took an internal survey the other day about snapping fingers. Can you guys snap your fingers?
Yeah, my hands are really cold right now.
So which
The
one?
fact you can do it on both hands,
Yeah,
my left hand's a little weak.
see my right hand is weak.
Are you right-handed?
You mean
Yeah.
both hands? I guess, not a
My
skill.
left is better.
Okay, I have,
Yeah.
no, you can take this out, so they go. You know, with their mouth, cause they.
Hey, that's not fair. I wanna do that too.
What?
He's going to the restroom.
You can go.
Do you need to go to the restroom?
That my opportunity. Along with Jerome here today, we have guests that are friends of mine, right? One of my college roommates, Mark Dalen, and his wife Penny.
Hi.
I told them, come to my last meeting of my
Welcome
career
Penny
here.
and Mark, is that correct, Penny and Mark?
Yeah,
Welcome.
they're celebrating New Year's together every year for like
Every
35
year.
or 40 years, so we're getting ready to go celebrate.
I hope you're having a big party and I'm just going to.
No, it's not too big of a party.
As we get older, we're like, well, let's go to Denny's or
Let's go to sleep.
That's
I was
when.
feeling a little guilty, I'm like, oh, we better probably host a New Year's Eve party randomly here. Wait, you're back, okay, now we're waiting for the rest of the game.
I know, I rushed for no reason.
I know, I told you not to.
You're kind of out of breath.
Yeah, can you breathe hard?
I was gonna come in and be like,
Somebody ran up the stairs for the New Year's, because I'm super here at the stairs for the ball drop. Making sure they weren't out of breath.
Oh, gosh.
So it's a reclassification. I should say. This goes to KLRD.
correct, yep. Unfortunately, I don't have a par for anyone to sign. So I would have to come back.
Okay, everybody's back, the gang's back.
Dan, do you wanna?
Yep.
Talk about the topic?
It's in my notes. I'm doing notes too. Okay, so this is to this transaction where suggested proposal would be to change an administrative supervisor position to reclassify it. This is at Renew. Person currently in the position is an administrative supervisor at a band 10. So the proposal would be to move it to a band 13A, and this is based on a comp analysis that I did with internal comps. And so based on that data, I suggested moving forward with this proposal. And so the proposal would be a 13A step 2 or step 3. The title would be changed to a supervisor of customer engagement, so that it more adequately aligns with the role. And then we also went through and revised the job description to make sure that the job description that was originally constructed back in 2018 was revised so it accurately reflects what the job duties are. So then based on that, I came up with the suggestion of 13A, step 2 or 3. A step 2, the only difference would be with a step 2, starting tomorrow, they would not meet the minimum salary threshold. So Dell's druthers is, if he can, to go to a step 3. The data does support a step 3, but ultimately it's up to, I guess, the powers that be to decide what the appropriate answer is. But it's gone through PMRT and all the other steps.
Supervisor of customer engagement.
Mhm.
Okay. This is
And
a
I didn't
position?
hear the explanation as to why this wasn't part of our earlier meeting.
Why it wasn't part of the one from 9 to 11?
Yeah. We're talking about kind of the same thing, right?
You're talking about the position control meeting this morning? I think it's because Dell didn't make a position request through his budget.
Just a name change.
It was through PMRT. This was done
Yeah, this was a while ago too.
end of November.
I think it probably started independently and just there was not clear instruction to bootstrap them together, which is something we should look at in the future.
Yeah.
If you have something pending out there, budget now has started, get it in budget. And here's how you're gonna do it so that people are consistent. And don't put the budget in your totals, people. So you need better instruction on what you want people to do.
I think these all go together, the ones with, I would hate to do exempt position here, and yet these are removed from exempt. So I feel like all of these should go back to Dell and have him review whether he wants all of these exempt. his intake crisis and therapy services? No, I mean, that's just my thoughts, because Dell's got a lot of, sorry, the one I'm holding up is the supervisor of customer engagement. You think that he needs to look at all of these, because he's gonna be an impact in his budget, or they need to be moved to, non-exempt.
Yeah, we did discuss that a little bit. I think where his concern is, if you look across the county, some position, there's a couple of them that are non-exempt supervisors.
How many people do they supervise?
I don't know because I don't have this on my sheet. And then there are some that are exempt, and so I think part of the reason, this is just Dan's opinion, I think part of the reason why it may not be consistent throughout the county is because different departments can do different things, and if their preference is to say, look, I don't wanna pay overtime, or I do wanna pay overtime, you can classify that position accordingly. Dell's concern is that this being a supervisor position, whereas some of the other ones on that sheet are non-supervisors, he's got other supervisors doing the same job that are exempt. And so if he's got one that's non-exempt, internally where that could cause issues is somebody says, well, I'm working 50 hours a week and, they're working 45 hours a week and getting overtime and I'm not getting anything, and that's not fair. I think that's where his concern is. He does recognize though, within his group, he has the lion's share of those individuals that he's going to have to address. And even with this person, as I explained to him, I said, Dell, you're playing, like, as far as trying to escalate someone's wages to keep them above that threshold, you're playing a game you can't win. Because it goes so fast, it's not just based on the minimum wage, but also a multiplier, and Washington State can change that at any time. So it's gonna get so high that there virtually nobody in your group is gonna be exempt. So at this point, he just wants to do it, I think, based on what the position entails and the person's experience level. And then in the later years, or whenever that comes, whenever we get to a point where we have to look at that, then we reclassify him if we have
Okay, but
to.
it will be treated like his other supervisors are, so I mean, yes. Okay.
It will, yes and no. The only thing I wanna bring up is because this isn't a corporation and because no one rules on high on any topic, there are a lot of people who want, Gina's only gonna be happy and stick around if she gets to be called a supervisor, because that's been her life's dream. But I'm not gonna have her make any decisions, and she won't supervise anyone, and she'll do the exact same job she's done, in which case, historically, we pushed back and said, well, it's not exempt, and you shouldn't be changing the wage scale, but you're gonna call it what you want. So that's that process we always have to end up going through, and that will only strengthen through PMRT support to say, you're bringing a supervisor through, HR, how do you look at this? Do they do this, this, and can they act independently on this? Then yes, they're a supervisor. If less than that, they may be a lead, but a lead is not a supervisor, and consistency, which everyone wants to bemoan, the world's not consistent, be consistent.
And so,
What's the answer to those questions with this person compared to the other supervisors?
so based on what the expectations are, which as I discussed with the manager, we revised the job description to say, forget about what happened in 2018. This is what we expect of you now. This is what we expect of you out of this position. And so in a merit, if we had a merit planning system, which we don't, if somebody's not acting in their capacity or they're not acting to that level, we either demote, or if they're acting at that level, they're doing all the things they're supposed to do, but just not very well, we just don't give them a merit increase, right? And that's how you explain the discrepancy in pay. We don't have that here. We have, it's like, this is what the position pays, this is the band, and here are the steps in that band. If you can't meet that expectation, then yeah, you don't get to be a supervisor. You're in the wrong position. And so I think with this specific role, what's happened is, and you probably have more of the history on this.
Historically, that position and that person would be the non-exempt, not full supervisor that I described. And it was brought back to look at and work with the person, but feelings,
Yeah.
new supervisor though. So there now is a financial supervisor who says, I don't work with it, I don't know, says that this is important to the structure, this, I will live by these expectations, I will hold them accountable. And so I think if they do that,
Right. So that's how, when I look at this, how do you look at this and say, I got one privacy band, 15, 15, 15, 15, 14, 13, and all this huge 10 right in the middle. How did that happen? It's like, because nobody had that discussion. And we said, well, we're not gonna pay them at a 13 or a 14 or 15 because they're not really doing the work of a supervisor. And so my counter is, then why are you calling them a supervisor if they're not doing the work? So the conversation should be, this is what the job entails. We're not going to lower our bands and our scales to fit your inadequate performance. We're gonna say, this is what a supervisor does. You need to, your performance needs to meet, right, our pay scale, and not the other way around.
Does that.
Excuse me,
You're
sir?
happy that the new job description does that.
Correct.
And there's a new employee.
yes, but a job description is just a piece of paper that can be ignored like any memo you send out, Kenny. So it's been there, the conversations have been had with the organization, it's just the county, a lot of people in the county want to manage by the fact that, but that will hurt Jimmy's feelings, and Jimmy's a nice guy. So I don't think we wanna do that. Okay, and then HR gets bashed about for the fact that this looks inconsistent. You think? But Jimmy, as long as his feelings aren't hurt,
But it's been addressed.
I-
I think it's been
in
cleaned
this
up, and
instance,
will
I think there's a good
kudos
faith.
to Dell. I think he really is looking.
Yep.
I think it's training and he,
Just an example to give you guys some context, what the manager and I talked about is if you look at the admin specialist for Renew, right? They are the first people that represent Dell's brand. When you walk into Renew, they are the first people to greet you. Oftentimes people come in under uncomfortable conditions. And so even though they are not therapists necessarily delivering the service, they're the first people to say, welcome in, right? We're here to help. And so they want to try to redo that whole imaging and make the front counter change the perspective in terms of how they think, that they're not just admin specialists. It's like, you guys represent the brand just as much as anybody else. But somebody has to make sure that they hold them to that standard. And so just an example, they went through this presentation where they were redoing expectations. This is what I expect of the admin specialist. You will not be on the phone all the time. You're there to work the counter and to greet people. You should not be on your phone taking breaks and talking to people. It's like your job is to do your job. So what I suggested to the manager is that this position needs to be, I mean, if they're the ones that are holding these people accountable, they need to be part of that training too. They need to have a few slides that they're speaking to as well. And so the manager had them involved in that and actually had them doing the delivery of the training just as much as the manager to make sure that the employees understand, like, I'm going to be holding you accountable, which is why I'm participating in the training.
yes,
And so, yeah, I wanna be clear and say, I agree with you. I think that Dell is a solid guy. We enjoyed working with him. He's put a lot of good in the organization. He's re-upping on training and moving in that direction. I will also say though, 10 years plus of a department who is very forgetful as a department makes me dubious. My viewpoint would be the difference here is Dan. The difference is having an HR person who is there on the regular and focused on that department as the big client, the biggest client that you have, so that Dan can go back and say, whoa, wait. Here's what you promised. How does this fit in here? Because we sold this to the board and you're now under delivering. I can't bury this. I need you to fix it or I need to go to the board and take it away. And if Dan's up for that.
I would 100%, if they did not meet expectations, I would be the first one to say, then you have to take it away. If they're not doing the job, they don't get paid for the job.
but I mean,
I'm gonna vote yes because I trust you, Dan.
Commissioner Jones, yes, you have 3 yeses, okay.
Dan is the nicest, mean person you'd ever wanna meet.
Okay, it's 1:59.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anything
Thank
else?
you all.
Dan's taking notes because he knows how to, I'm gonna hear that yes from all three. In case that Zoom or that YouTube video isn't out immediately, he has it. Well, thank you. It is 2:00. We will roll into our commissioners meeting. And we're gonna walk on here. And we have a fresh walk on. It's the same walk on that we talked about yesterday, but from NeoGov. But Gina brought in a new updated with Barb requested that it has some of the addendums printed off with it.
Yes.
Okay. So, 2:00, we will call the meeting to order. We have an open forum for citizen comment, 3 minutes per person, 15-minute time limit. Jerome? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Turn this way. So it's your last meeting of the year and one of your board members is leaving us, so had a few thoughts on that. When I was with the county, there was a time in my career where I was pretty troubled. And I hope I can get through this. But I found a quote or a little part of a speech from Theodore Roosevelt, in a speech entitled Citizenship in a Republic, given in 1910 at the Sorbonne in Paris. It was given there and there was approximately 4,000 people there. Most of them were academics. There weren't a bunch of working people. There was a bunch of military people there. And part of the speech, which was 9,600 words approximately, was a 140-word little snippet of the speech that became known as the Man in the Arena. And this affected me greatly at the time. I'm gonna try to make it through. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how strong men stumble or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming, but who has actually strived to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails well, doing greatly. So this place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. This really helped me get through a rough time. And I've thought about it many times over the years and how this can affect people. Not necessarily if they're having a hard time, but just in life to do better or work through a hard point in their life. And today I chose to judge someone. Unlike what Matthew 7, verse 1 through 5 says, judge not lest you be judged. I'm gonna judge Danny Stone as the Man in the Arena for his contributions to the county and his hard work.
Thank you, Jerome. That, as a person who's shared plenty of public messages, I've used that quote before because I think lots of people need to hear it. And it's tremendous, and I've never seen it in a form of a plaque and everything. I want to just say a genuine thank you to you very much.
You're welcome.
Just thank you, Jerome, probably one of our nicest, most powerful public comments, so thank you for sharing that. Any other public comments? Do we have anybody calling in, Caitlin?
We have two.
Yep, we have two. I'm going to unmute Jim. Jim, do you have public comment today? Jim Guest, do you have public comment? Okay. Next, we have Kevin Burgess. Kevin, do you have anything for public comment today? That must be no, so that is all.
Okay, thank you, Barb, Jackie.
I move to approve the agenda as presented, including the walk-on item.
I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion?
I'd like to move item number 14 to the discussion at the end of the agenda myself. I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion to approve the agenda as presented, except moving 14 to the end of our discussion into the board discussion decision items.
Okay, so that would be in the roundtable.
No, back here, the very last item, board discussion decision items. Items to discussion, items were removed from consent
Okay,
and they'll be acted on separately.
okay, at the very end, okay.
I don't hear a second.
There's been a motion, Rob, can you second that, moving number 14 to the board?
Yeah, does that need to be done in the approval of the agenda or
I think it
in the
needs to
approval
go
of the
during the-
consent agenda?
I think it needs to go through on the consent agenda, that was.
Yeah, not during the approval of the.
Okay.
So that's why I wasn't seconding.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, correspondence, emails, letters of support.
I'd like to, just point of order, we need to approve consent agenda. We got the motion in a second.
Just the approval of the agenda,
Right now.
You can do that.
just the agenda,
Yeah.
not consent.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I thought we approved, so there's, when you approve the agenda,
Yeah.
I thought there was a motion, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Yeah, Rob moved. I seconded.
Okay, there's been a motion, and a second to approve the agenda, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, sorry about that, skipping that one. Okay, correspondence, emails, letters of support.
Yes, I do have something. We got an email a couple weeks ago from Elizabeth, and she was asking if the county was still interested in the CLIP grant. I emailed Carrie this morning to see if she followed up with it. She had not, so I'm bringing it here. Elizabeth, she sent it to Rob and CC Rob and I.
And what's it called, a CLIP grant?
CLIP, it's CLIHP. And to be honest, I'm not sure what that stands for. It was a very long thread of emails and she only just CC'd me in at the very end. I believe that Carrie was discussing it with somebody. When I emailed Carrie this morning, I just asked if she had followed up on it because Rob and I were just CC'd. And Carrie said, no, I am not. I'm not sure if Rob has looked into it or what his thoughts are. I would say it's a good plan to go with for the funding and to have the requirements in place for the 5-year housing plan and any future grants that the county may want to apply for. But it's the scope of work and everything that's in the whole email thread. I'm just bringing it here, so you know about it.
The CLIP stands for Campaign Litigation Issues and Policy.
Coordinating low-income housing planning. So we don't have a housing program, human services type manager that you would apply for this, so I think it is best to figure out if we wanna do it with Carrie. But yes, I saw it, yes, I've talked to Elizabeth. It applies more to Moses Lake than it applies to Grant County.
Wouldn't apply at all to the housing authority.
I don't know, that would be kind of, they would be doing it without us knowing they're doing it, you know?
They could do that.
I don't think so, but they haven't reached out either. Stephanie hasn't contacted me about it.
Okay.
So. There are opportunities, obviously, for funding that we do not receive because we don't have a position that does that. that's looking for those funding opportunities. And it's tough because in the city of Moses Lake, these grants are not supported in general with their current city council. So it's kind of just a tough spot at the moment. But as far as the 5-year plan and all of that, we're going forward as we plan to.
Okay, is there anything that you want, I'm just trying to Google and find it, but I'm not seeing it. Anything you want the commissioners to do, other than?
Not myself.
Okay.
Caitlin, do you have something you're wanting from them?
Oh, I just was making sure that it was, that it didn't get missed. Like I said, she just CC'd us, so it wasn't, I didn't know if there was some other side conversation or something between whoever. So I just didn't want that. If you thought that the county was wanting to, or if they were wanting to know, whatever. I just didn't want it to get missed. Okay.
No.
Got it here now. Like $50,000 for completed activity. So this helps with the coordination and online development staff regulations. All the children outside of this meeting. Any other letters of support? I do get Christmas cards or I don't know, county or from Japan, Kamaki City, and from Korea, Google City, Korea, our sister city, so I just wanted to share that.
I think we all did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exciting. Anything else? Okay, moving down to the Commissioners Roundtable, miscellaneous discussion. Do we have any other walk-ons? No.
I have, it's not a walk-on, I have the amended resolution from the public hearing yesterday with the budget extensions. So I will just need the commissioners' signatures, I guess, when you guys sign the stuff. Okay.
Under roundtable, I'd like to just say a couple things. I said this on the Wednesday that there was a good riddance gathering, I mean a farewell meeting. And but I did wanna, in this time, just address my two seatmates and thank you for patience. But all the things that you taught me, significant things, both of you. And appreciate it.
I appreciate the patience part, do not come from me, Danny. No, we've enjoyed you, so thank you, Danny, for all that you've done. You've been a dedicated commissioner, and I think you're leaving the office and big shoes to fill, so thank you for all that you've done for our county. And not just county, I know you've taken on some bigger issues, not just countywide, but bigger things with through the state and kind of national issues as well, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and this is your last one here. Okay, anything else for the Commissioners Roundtable? Dan's got a big party to attend to. It'll be great. The friends are already starting to come, Danny. Okay, so hearing nothing else from the roundtable, we're moving to the consent agenda, and just a reminder that there has been discussion to move number 14 out of the mix and put it under board discussion. And we have a walk-on.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve items 1 through 17, except moving number 14 to discussion at the end, and we all will vote on it there.
Second.
There's a motion and second to approve consent agenda items 1 through 17, except for 14, that we will be moving that down to board discussion. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The consent agenda has been approved. Do we want to go ahead and do the walk-on right now?
Remind me about the walk-on.
We have a walk-on from NeoGov.
Yes, okay.
HR submitted it and it has been reviewed by,
What was the amount for that?
31,900 some cents.
3 year, for 3 years.
$5,000 savings per day today instead of tomorrow or later.
Yeah, $31,962, no cents.
I'll move to approve that walk-on.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the NeoGov walk-on that was submitted by HR in the amount of $31,962. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So the walk-on has been approved. Caitlin, thank you for doing the walk-on. All right, discussion on item number 14 that is moved down to board discussion.
My discussion has to do with, I believe that contract needs to be adjusted some. And so as it stands, I've decided to vote against that one. So I won't make the motion to pass it or the second, because I do think that we can make some changes to that to make it better. And so, that was what I wanted to discuss. And I don't think we need any back and forth on that one. We've had plenty of discussion. I just felt like I needed to make that, instead of making it a negative vote on the consent agenda and throwing it in there, just bring it down below and I'll state that I'm gonna vote no on that one, even though I voted on all the other 16.
Okay. Rob, do you have any issues with 14?
Some, yeah, of course, just probably like all of us, but at the same time, it's a definite need. I don't know how much that should equate into our decision. But this is one of the fun ones that we get to do in our position. Adjustments,
I'm talking about moving the focus of the operation, moving the focus of this person's job description.
away from where they're focused now.
Yeah.
And I did hear that, and I have met with youth services about this. And they were in full support of the contractor in the position. It's tough because public image is more of the worry versus staff opinion. Staff opinions have all seemed supportive of continuing the contract, so it's a definite, it's a hard one for me. If you had them lined up at the door, it would have been an easy decision, in my opinion.
I understand. They'll meet no animosity.
No, I
vote against what I'm proposing, but.
No, I think it's tough I would say that I can't speak for Cindy, but it's a tough decision to make either way, because there's no way to not cross over more than one opinion on the situation, so.
And I think this is where I just feel like you need to make sure that
Yeah.
he will have his, day in court until then.
Yeah, innocent until proven guilty.
And so I don't know all the facts, I don't know the entire story, other than what has been shared, and I think we've all been, read articles in the newspaper that that happened in this hearing room that it just was different, portrayed differently than what actually happened, so, give the benefit of the doubt and let the legal system handle that, we can deal with it once it's been followed that route.
Any other discussion on that?
I don't think I have any more. So I just need a motion. I don't know.
I move to approve item 14 as presented.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second on item number 14. Any discussion?
Yeah, appreciate your perspectives. Have no animosity to it. Just feel like that's the way I'm gonna be voting negative.
No, I appreciate that. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right, so item number 14 has been passed after discussion. So that concludes our very last consent agenda for 2024.
I will, for YouTube purposes, record my nay.
Oh, sorry. Where's that? Where's that? Got some lunch. Yeah.
What's that?
You're going to be a regular here.
I know, that could be good, that could be good or bad.
Information on the front staff.
Oh, yeah, appreciate that.
Oh, I wrote in.
This
So excited. Now the real work begins.
Okay, so
We have to.
The thing is, it's just because you speak.
Can I read you something?
Yep, no.
From Tyler?
6 weeks ago, I asked that.
So we're still missing. As you're saying. I had to submit another ticket because we still weren't getting applications for some people. Hi Gina, it looks like this might be a one-off.
Yeah, that's great.
We are unable to see anything wrong. It's possible that it might be a timing issue. TCM might have been down, however, if you navigate to save reports on search, you can see if they're correct. No, I'm sorry, Tyler, this isn't a one-off. This is a consistent issue.
Well, it sounds like 50% are using,
Yeah.
Reimbursement. Are they really having a meeting on Thursday with, do we go to that meeting?
You guys are invited, yeah.
Okay, so the ones.
Yeah. I'm not planning to be at work on Thursday. My daughter has her three-year-old check-up with doctor, so.
It's a recommendation to award a contract, you will need a signature on the last page.
Thank you for pointing that out.
We'll be very
You
excited.
gotta sit that last one through last.
Okay, well,
So I
I
know
can
which
let you
one.
know.
I'll just tell you when I got there. I considered your last
Ditch
slide.
Yeah. You know, once we get everything else
Professional
set up,
services agreement, you need a signature on the second last page.
once we get everything else set up,
Swimming in the
there's no reason why. At this point,
Maybe.
The district court renewal contract, you need a signature on that.
I think there were 16
It's still flat.
agenda items.
Roger, you're trying to do, you're making us dig through that. Good way to memorize all the contracts that you did.
On Sunday nights.
District court renewal.
I dropped you off some cream.
I did, I went to the doctor on my lunch break, I broke 2 bones in my foot.
Not one, but two?
It's literally the stupidest thing ever,
Is that the one you buddied it up to the other one?
yes, I was walking by my daughter's high chair, kicked the high chair, so the high chair like ran into the dining room table, and the chair stopped and my foot did not. So I have a spiral fracture in the, like, my pinky toe, like the big old metacarpal there, and then the
The
actual.
little pig that went wee all the way down.
Yes, spiral fracture in that one, and
Do you have to
then
get
like a little fracture on
So the last two?
They said that they wouldn't put me in a boot as long as I wore like the work boots that I have.
So are you
With
guys doing
lariats?
advanced training?
So I'm wearing those,
Church.
and then they also
Yeah,
said
so
that
as
they have
of
to refer
tomorrow
me to
now, we're full
orthopedic
time. Oh, you are, okay, yeah.
surgeon, doctor, because they said they have to because it's a spiral fracture in the
It's
one.
been hard.
You're gonna need surgery?
I hope not.
Well, if you do, let me know, because
Yeah, but we
there's
don't want
paperwork we might have to do for you.
Whoa, well, it wasn't here.
here, yeah.
Regardless, I don't think irregardless is the word, but regardless, if you're gonna be out, well.
They're probably recording all that, so everybody
Oh,
got that on
are we?
video.
Yeah, I'm excited to actually, this is what we're doing now.
It's just everybody, YouTube will now know my doctor's
Ciao.
Oh.
See, I'm not dating because I don't trust myself as a user.
And now, so now I
Oh, there's one line.
visit
I'm sorry, I'm sorry so much.
Jim and Leslie because he just had open heart surgery and stuff, you know,
It
2
was
hours
really
away,
amazing.
I wouldn't send a text, and it's just really weird.
Thank you.
So now it's like, oh, that's our job.
I got
And
the
the
screamers.
is the lake house from
Hopefully,
the
I
beach.
also am now,
It's about
I've
25.
now reached that stage of recovery where I have an orthopedic surgeon that I.
You know, I wish it was
It's
closer.
the last one. You said, put it last,
Actually,
and I said, sir,
Probably,
don't worry, dude,
Yeah.
it's my brain.
No,
I was
so-
14, the
yeah,
professional
so
service.
that
How many do you last?
starts officially full-time tomorrow. So.
So here's a
Ask for
question
the weary.
for procedure.
Guys.
If I vote no here, but we're signing the contract because we voted yes on the contract, so all of us should sign the contract, right?
I keep clean and just vote no and don't sign the contract. So that's kind of a little counteractive.
There's still a contract.
Well, but if two of us voted no on the contract,
Maybe not today.
then two of them. It's your call, but I would say if you voted no, you don't have to sign the contract. But I'll have to go with.
Barb might know the answer. Barb, did you
Two
hear the
votes. I cannot
question?
believe it's two. We'll keep it safe for you to be party here.
This is the one that you wanted to sign, isn't it?
I wouldn't sign it. I think Cindy's right.
That's not you.
They're just missing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I guess.
14?
One time Richard Stevens.
That's what I
he
saw. I thought
started,
that was her too. I was like,
and it was
huh,
like,
I
"Sir,
guess
sign
we already
everybody's
signed the
name."
other
It's like,
one.
what am I doing here? You know, he's just, hey, Richard, just sign my name there. Did you sign number 14?
If you'd like me to
Go, Danny, go.
write out your name or something.
No.
Let me know.
You just signed under protest. Right.
Just reprint the signature page.
He signed it, it's there. You voted
Okay.
no, but he signed it.
Alrighty.
All right, it is 2:28. We are in recess until January of 2025. Happy New Year, have a safe.
Thank you, everybody.
Don't forget to vote. Danny, enjoy your new retirement, whatever that looks like. Probably gonna be as busy as ever.
Yeah, probably
And
will
it
be.
sounds like you need a new oven.
Where's your?
Yes.